Hello, everybody, and welcome to Kenshi, Return of the Dwarves, episode 21, which is honestly kind of ludicrous at this point that we've reached episode 21. What a staggering number, truly staggering. Yeah, we're back here at Garzumi Keep, riding the waves of Garzumi Keep. Is my chat not functioning? It doesn't appear that my chat is functioning. That's obnoxious. Why is that? Where are you, chat? Hold on. Let me figure out what's up with that. Apologies. Alert box, chat box. Ew, that's what's going on with that. Okay, hold on. My chat's all messed up. Let me fix that. How odd. All right, there we go. Should be better now. There we go. Chat box got messed up. I was messing with it earlier for another project that Pato and I are working on, and I altered the settings for it. And it got a little jumbly, but we fixed it now. There we are. Hey, Clem, how you doing? Welcome. Make sure that that is the size. Yeah. Okay. All good. Yeah. All right. So, what were we working on last time? I believe we were working on getting everyone outfitted. We had finally gotten to the point where we were producing a surplus of food, and we're also working on getting our animals worked up as well. Ratsmith, how are you? Hello. Welcome. Okay, so we're producing plenty of cotton now. We got plenty of food, or we got decent amounts of food. Let's see how we're doing with production. I believe we're making, yeah, we're starting to get a surplus, which is good. Surplus of food is good. So I'm going to actually grab Kenji, who has some spare space, and I'm going to load up his inventory with bread, because one of the places that we need to keep consistently loaded with bread is the animal basket. So keep them fed, keep them good. We're trying to we got to build up our animal forces for the sake of keeping. They're going to be instrumental in the long term for dealing with the Southern Hive. All right, and we were in the process of getting everyone set up for battle. So we were getting armor and weapons made. How are we doing on that? Not terrible. If I recall correctly, we've got... okay, we need a pair of pants. Over here. Yeah, so we've started to establish the physical look for all of our soldiers again. Everyone's outfitted properly. We've got the armor of our kind, the dwarven armor. And we're unlike last time where we had everyone wielding plate maces, I've decided instead this time to give everyone dwarven axes, model 3 and 4 dwarven axes. Really decent stats, 2 cutting, one blood loss, which is fine, 25 armor pen and plus 2 attack, and it's good against humans. So hopefully these will assist us with our situation, and they should be a little bit faster than the plate maces were in terms of how unwieldy they are. They only have a weight of 12, so we should be able to wield these with peak efficiency, which will be good. Will be mighty good. Mighty good. How are we doing here? What is that? I think Vashu. Yeah, Vashu no longer has a bounty with Mongrel, which is cool. That wore off. Got into a small little altercation with the mercenaries, and things went a little south there for a minute, but we're good now. On the upside, as long as we send different NPC, different members of the dwarves over to Mongrel whenever we have to do supply runs, it should be fine. Right. And we were working on constructing beds for the barracks, right? Is that what was going on? Yeah. Okay. So we're working on putting together beds as well for the barracks. To be completely honest, I guess because of Amazing Cultivation Simulator, I can passively speak Chinese. Listen. That's That's impressive, Clem. That is quite impressive. Quite impressive. Oh man. All right. So this particular day, I think one of the things we're going to work on is after we get everyone outfitted, we need to work on building up our dwarves numbers again. We've gotten some numbers built up, but we need to make a more consecrated effort on getting everyone like thoroughly built up, thoroughly built up. Um, and do remember last time we went in. Last time we went to war with the Southern Hive, we went in with 23 dwarves and we lost 21 of them. So we're going to need far more in terms of soldiers. Now this time we're going to be outfitted with more golems. We're going to be outfitted with more animals for sure, which will be helpful. And our military is arguably stronger now this time than it was last time. However, we still need to increase our numbers exponentially because currently our military is comprised of 6, 15, so 21. 36. We have 36 people in our military, and that's not going to be enough. Not going to be enough. So we're gonna have to up that. What's the new keep's name again? Karak Vashu. It's I gave it a Warhammer nomenclature, so it's a Karak Vashu. Yeah, I gave it a name similar to that of the Dwarven bases in Warhammer. So, and to be honest, in many ways, while I did find Garzumi Keep to be large, spacious, and enjoyable, I also find, and Dawnguard always causing problems. I find that I like the overall like tighter design of Carrick Vashu. It's also easily defendable comparatively because the enemies in Garzumi Keep they kept wrapping around the rear of the base, and so it was kind of a pain. We had built it in a way where they were supposed to cross the bridge and attack us from that side, but they kept attacking us from the back. And part of it's my fault because I put a rear entrance, and I did that for the sake of being able to get out onto the islands, but they kept wrapping around the base, and it was that ended up proving to be one of our downfalls. So this time, we're going to, we have Karak Vashu, and there's only one way in, and we actually, with our new harpoon turrets, are capable of shooting out way farther. We can shoot when they get as far back as there. Really, really good. I don't know what the max rank is on there, but is this the day you'll be sieging the Southern Hive? I don't think so. Unfortunately, I don't think today's the day we're going to be sieging the Southern Hive. We still have quite a bit of growth to be had. As I was saying, last time we went in with 23 dwarves, 4 gorillas, and 3 golems, and it wasn't enough. Whereas this time we currently have 36, 36 troops with us, but we need more. We need more dwarves in particular. So we're going to be doing some mass recruiting here, and we also need to get the current forces that we have trained up significantly more. Hey, Sparky, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Always happy to have you here. Vigo, you need to go get some food, man. You can't just keep not eating. You can't just keep not eating. Maybe you can tame a few Leviathans. I think taming Leviathans might be a bit much. I do think that they would obviously be effective, but there is still a line of like, I don't know if that's a good idea. I do have a shit ton of animals already, a shit ton of gorillas, all of that stuff. So I do think that in terms of the animals that we have on us, we should be set. Like our animals right now, we have 2 war dogs. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 bone dogs, armored bone dogs too, not just normal ones. 6 armored bone dogs. They got that Dawnguard armor on them, so that's cool. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 armored gorillas. One of which is the Great White Gorilla. So we're doing pretty well. I might go out and get some more skeletons this round. I might run up to the Black Desert, knock out a few skeletons up there, and then forcibly recruit them. I think that's probably one of our better options. We also have these golems now. They're going to need to get trained up, so I'm going to send them out to train against some fogmen and work on that as well. But we're working on it. We're working on it. We're making good progress. We should be there. Someone once mentioned a dirty trick where you knock out something horrible like a beak thing, bandage it, and then carry it to the gate of an enemy town and drop it 1 second before it wakes up and run away. Yeah, that's how you do it. You do the same thing with Leviathans, though. You do it with a Leviathan. Carry him over there, drop him in the base, and just watch him go ham and kill everything there. Easy way to wipe out a whole town. I'm gonna put Piccolo's outfit in Kenshi. Please do, and if you put it in successfully, if you manage to get Piccolo's outfit in and it is shaded properly, because one of the issues I have with certain mods is like when you put them into the game, they will like they don't have proper shading. The light doesn't hit them right, so they end up just looking like an oversaturated, like solid, massive color. If you get it in there and it looks good, I'll download it for days, for sure. That'd be a great martial artist uniform. Absolutely. How's Beep doing on dexterity training? He's almost there. These things can go to a max of 30, and Beep needs some dexterity for sure, for sure. All right. So also, how are we doing on research? I believe research was something we were working on as well. Oh, got a lot of stuff done today. A lot of stuff done today. I was working on putting together a few projects with Pato. We're making really good headway on the podcast. We're just getting the final details ironed out. We worked out a bunch of it today. We got a lot of things set up today. A lot of things worked out today. So we're just getting the final details ironed out. Foundations, we don't need those on this particular run right now. I mean, there's nothing we can get right now. I know we don't have any any research materials, but excuse me. Dustin, how you doing? How you doing? Since crossbows can be built anywhere, even open ground, maybe you could plant a few just outside hive territory as a trap. Yeah, I was thinking that what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into the hive territory, right? We're gonna drop a few crossbow turrets down right like before the fight starts, right? Then we are going to use our animals as the vanguard. They're going to rush in and start the fight. After they do damage, enemies will flock towards our guys who will be waiting behind the crossbow turrets. And then once they start to head out, we'll charge them and we'll have a fight on open ground in the Royal Valley, with crossbows strategically placed to fire down on them. I mean, we've got a whole strategy for how this is gonna work. We just got to get it done. We just got to get it done. But we'll do it, and it will be wonderful. Fight will be long. It will be hard. That is what she said, and it'll be good. It'll be good. How are we doing on armor production? That's the other thing, because we need to get our guys outfitted ASAP. It looks like we're going slow on fabrics. Yeah, we need another round of cotton to be made. We're moving a little slow on cotton production right now. It might be worth making another round of farms. Farming, cotton XL, we need 60 to do that. It'd probably be easier to make a small one and then build up from there. Is there a reason why the Ochre Knights chose male and female aspects for their pantheon? Do you think it had something to do with the Second Empire's genetic experimentation on pregnant women? Partially, it might. It could also just like it could be because of that, and it could also just be the byproduct of again that structured change where they that revisionist history that they had, where as they became more extreme, as their beliefs changed, rather than altering their beliefs to fit their religion, they altered their religion to fit their belief. As they became more, as they hated skeletons more, they started removing the skeleton aspects from their original belief system. As they started to become more sexist and oppressive towards the women in their in their nation, they started to change aspects of narco to be more feminine. The other thing to remember though too is well, the Holy Nation, for as long as we know in recent history, has been oppressive towards women. For sure, that is nothing new. It has recently reached new levels of extreme under the current Phoenix. Um, the current Phoenix has made things significantly worse. That's why the Flotsam Ninja are a newer issue on the for the Holy Nation, because up until the 62nd Lord Phoenix and his current regime, which is a lot more aggressive, a lot more oppressive, a lot more um, internally violent as well as externally violent. They're no longer isolationists; they're expansionists. Um, they have started cracking down on their own people more, and women in particular have gotten the real short end of the stick on that as well. And as a result, the Flotsam Ninja are kind of a newer issue. And the thing to remember with the Flotsam Ninja, too, is they don't want to destroy the Holy Nation. They want to overthrow the Phoenix. They still believe in Okrinism. They still believe in Okrin. They still believe in Narco. What they seek is a reform, right? They're reformists. They're not revisionists. Vaughn, you absolute mad lad. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you here. I appreciate the support as always. Your continued patronage and attendance of the streams and all that stuff is always appreciated. And yeah, they love their country, hate their leader. Exactly, exactly. They, a lot of people are like, oh, they want to destroy the Holy Nation. They're the good guys. And I'm like, well, one, Kenshi has no good guys. Let's be clear here. Two, they still hate skeletons. They still don't like Shek and all that stuff. They tolerate them currently because they're focused on the enemy in front of them, which is the 62nd Lord Phoenix. They want a revision. That's what they want. They don't want the removal of Okrinism. They want the removal of the 62nd Lord Phoenix because, and everyone needs to pay attention on this one, he's a jackass. That's right. Flotsam Ninjas are the true patrons of the true patriots of Okrin. I don't think they want to abolish the Phoenix system. I think what they want to do, in total honesty, and I think this lines up with my theory that it's not even really a theory. It's kind of factual at this point. I think it lines up with my idea that the church is the real problem. It's not even the Phoenix is a symptom of a larger problem, right? Like the Phoenix is obviously a problem, but the Phoenix is a symptom of a bigger issue, which is that the Church of Okrin, the clergy, the ones who are really in charge, they are the ones that are propagating this violence, propagating the system of hate. And so I don't think they want to abolish the system of the Phoenix. I think what they want to do is abolish the current church, the current clergy. And in order to make that functional and possible, they need to get rid of the current Phoenix. And then they need to dismantle and rebuild the church. And then they could practice Okrinism and they could have the Phoenix, but they could raise progressive Phoenixes that are more open-minded and less oppressive than the current one. The Flotsam Ninja want to reform. They want to destroy the current church and raise one that makes them that is actually good and wants the betterment of their people. The Phoenix is the extreme byproduct of his environment. Exactly. He is, don't get me wrong, he is a problem, but he is a symptom of a different problem, being that of the clergy. I should put an outhouse by the farms. You are correct. Shoot him! Shoot him now! Shoot him with the harpoon turrets. Do it now. And I can't because our construct is everywhere except for where he's supposed to be. Yeah. Okay. What the fuck, man? Are we doing any of the things we're supposed to be doing? Apparently not. Apparently not. Okay. That's fine. Gonna get all of our animals over here, and I guess we're gonna be doing this. Phoenix was groomed for that role. Just killing the Phoenix won't change anything. Exactly. They like if you kill the Phoenix, it's not going to overchange the system, because all that's going to happen is they're going to find the next firstborn male. They're going to take him, raise him to be honestly to be worse than the last Phoenix, and they're going to have even better justification for it in the eyes of the people. They're going to have even better justification for it during the conditioning and propagandizing of that Phoenix. Because they're going to be like, hey, look, this is what those of Narco, this is what they did. They killed the last Phoenix. Now it's your job to, rise up and prevent that from happening again, and to get rid of the usurpers and all that jive, all that nonsense. Killing the Phoenix won't fix the problem. It's a band-aid on a much larger problem, being that of the clergy. How many churches are actually in the game? I think there's one in every Okranite city. I'm pretty sure there's one in every Okranite city. And there's also some in some of the outposts as well, like some of the military bases and the outposts. I'm pretty sure everywhere that you can find Okranites, you can find a church usually. They have them in all of the churches. They have all the churches. They have one in all of the cities. They have them in some of the outposts. They have them like some of the farms and stuff too. Like they're everywhere. They're everywhere. The church is always watching. Big Brother's always watching. All right, so now we are producing again, very slowly, however, but that's because we have multiple farms. Maybe you can do a video on the what if the Flotsam Ninjas won. Yeah, no, that's on my list actually. I do have that one. It is on my list. Um, I just haven't quite gotten there yet. I have a couple of videos that I plan on doing. I'm going to be doing one that's a fuller, like more in-depth deep dive on my is the original Phoenix skeleton theory that I've proposed on stream a few times and I talked about in some of my shorts. And that, however, the if the Flotsam Ninjas one is um, one of my what ifs. I want to do a what if for, I did the Rebel Farmers. I want to do one for what if the Krell's Chosen won? What if the Flotsam Ninjas win? What if the factions that are directly in antithesis, directly opposing the primary factions, what if they won their respective wars? So doesn't help that killing the Phoenix means turning a major city into a bloodbath. That doesn't tend to calm down the general public. You'd be surprised, unfortunately. History has shown us throughout the course of much of human history, many of the greatest revisions to society have happened in the wake of violent transition. Look at things like France and their independence. Look at things like the American Revolution. And unfortunately, anarchy. As much as I do not support it, because I think that it's an asinine concept as a whole. Anarchy is a tool that can be used to transition from one government to another. The problem is that when you use anarchy, it traditionally is the transition to an oligarchy. Like it almost never transitions over into a proper, form of government that is good for the people. It transitions over into an oligarchy because more often than not, the chaos caused by rebellion and anarchy are the ones that are capable of quelling the violence and calming the people and stopping the violence are the very ones that caused it, which is why it usually leads to an oligarchy. So, you know, sure, but those are internal conflicts, not an outside force taking out a popular leader. I mean, yes, but no. They are technically an outside force, but they're. I would say the Flotsam Ninjas are an outside force that is almost equivalent to that of like the during the American Revolution. We were technically the U.S. was the colonies. I mean, were an outside force that was not an outside force, but they were internal, and then they became an outside force, like a rebel faction against their primary government. The Flotsam Ninjas, the same thing. They were all members of the Holy Nation that turned rebel. They're an insurgency group. They're a group of insurgents. They're rebels. It is an internal conflict. Oh, the player, yeah, but the thing is I never consider in any of my theories player intervention for like the canon potential. Like I like during my Rebel Farmers video, I had a lot of people being like, "Oh, well, with the players' help," and the same thing with my video on why the Shek can't succeed even if they win their wars. I had a lot of people that were like, with the players' help, they could probably learn to farm and do all this stuff. But you can't rely on the players' help in a game like Kenshi. It's not like we can consider. It's not like Elder Scrolls where like we know that even though the player wasn't the head of the Dark Brotherhood, the events of the Dark Brotherhood still happen just with somebody else, right? We know that. Whereas Kenshi, it doesn't function that way. As far as we know, it doesn't function that way. The player is not like a force for change or a chosen one. It's a sandbox game, and because you're not like the whole premise of Kenshi is that you don't matter and that you don't have an impact on the world. Anytime I make any what if scenarios or I examine like what would happen if a faction won or anything like that, I can't ever put player intervention in there because it is an unrealistic it's an unrealistic like interjection into it, because the player is it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Um, the player doesn't flow with the natural flow of the natural current of how Kenshi functions. The player kind of works differently. The player's the interloper, like Clem said. So I typically don't take into account the whole like with player intervention thing because with player intervention anything can happen. You know, the Shek can win, for instance, and we all know that without the player, they don't stand a chance. They simply don't. I think I've proved that time and time again. You know, the player can establish a third empire exactly. So I never consider it. I have a theory that the lore writing for the Fallout TV show is based on the idea that games never happened, no chosen ones intervened, and that's why everything is played out as. I unfortunately haven't watched the Fallout TV show yet. I want to, I just haven't gotten around to it. It's just one of those things where I haven't found the time. I have very little time to do almost anything these days between like work and streaming and kids and you know content creation and writing and everything else. I mean I run on fucking 4 or 5 hours of sleep tops and I live on energy drinks and coffee. It's not great, but it's not healthy. But I'm a busy guy, and I just unfortunately I don't have time for TV. I'm lucky if I get to watch one episode of anything a day, and usually that episode is like a YouTube video. So, you know, unfortunately, this stream is brought to you by 5 Hour Energy, but not actually. Don't sue me, 5 Hour Energy. False advertising. Yeah, no, I'm just busy. Just busy. Okay. Got to make sure that we have all of our stuff. I'm going to work on gathering weapons after the fact. Right now, my primary concern is getting everyone outfitted. I don't think I'm going to change the armor for Ronk the Dragon, though. He is our Shek ambassador, since in a sudden turn of events, we've decided that we're going to be allying with the Shek, or at the very least, working, in tandem with them. So I'm going to have him dress like a Shek because he is... he's the ambassador to the Shek. I don't think he would dress like the dwarves. I don't think he would dress like one of us. He's not one of us. He's working with us, but he is not one of us. All right, Sheen, let's get you outfitted with the proper attire now. Sheen outfitted. Nice. Nice. Get the boots on there. Nice. Nice. Nice, nice. Look at this. Look at this monster. I think the only thing we don't have is we need to. Where's Oville? I'm pretty sure she's not producing anything right now because she's covered. Yeah, she's got shields and can't do that. Okay, so we're gonna put that in there, and Oville, you need to come give Sheen a shield. And eventually, we're gonna have to trade out his Odachi for a proper axe. Wonder why dwarves weren't put into Kenshi. I don't know, but I hope they are. Dude, I will literally, I mean this. I will full on have a, like, whatever the positive equivalent of a crash out is if Kenshi 2 had dwarves. Imagine if we're, like, exploring a foreign continent, right? Because we know that we're getting new lands and stuff like that. So imagine we're on a different continent on Kenshi. And, all of a sudden you roll up and there's just a bunch of dwarves in there. I would literally piss myself. Literally piss myself. My hopes and my dreams. My dreams. Be fire. We're shooting. What are we shooting at? Oh, we're shooting at that one triangle bandit. He's very dead. Imagine if the first empire was a dwarf civilization. Dwarf civilization confirmed. First empire comprised of short boys confirmed. I actually need to get some of these guys turned into dwarves. Not all of them are actually dwarves yet. Some of them were had not been converted when we lost Garzumi Keep, unfortunately. So I do have to convert one or two of them. I'm pretty sure Yuig is a dwarf. I'm pretty sure Yuig is a slightly tall dwarf, but is a dwarf. But Zizo, Barbag, I'm pretty sure is not technically a dwarf. Yeah, no, Barbag is. Fuel isn't. Skins, I don't think Skins is. We got a couple of tall folk amongst us that we still have to deal with, but you could replace Shek with orcs, Holy Nation with elves, and the UC with humans. Dude, I hope that Kenshi too. I feel like because it is on Unreal 5, the modding potential is a bit higher, but I do think that replacing, like doing a full fantasy replacer on Kenshi 2 would be fire. Replace, yeah, Shek with orcs, Holy Nation humans with elves or something like that, and then I mean, there's a lot of stuff you could do. It could be crazy. I hope that someone does a fantasy overhaul for Kenshi 2 when it comes out. That'd be badass. That'd be badass. Pretty fire. All right, so now they're working on this stuff. How are we doing on getting this? Okay, so that is growing now. Who do we have working the fields? You, what are you doing? Get you working that, and then we're gonna have you work this one as well. Put you to work. Put you to work. I have seen the Elder Scrolls conversion for Crusader Kings. I have seen that, and it looks really good. Looks really good. I think Fudge Muppet played it once, actually. I'm pretty sure I saw a video where Michael from Fudge Muppet. No, Scott, sorry. Scott from Fudge Muppet was playing the total conversion. Yeah, it was Scott from Fudge Muppet. Fun fact, I don't know if he's ever watched my videos. I hope he has. That'd be really fucking cool. But I know that Scott from Fudge Muppet is into Kenshi. He's talked about it on his own podcast a few times. Really into Kenshi. He's brought it up a good handful of times. He has brought it up a handful of times. I secretly have always hoped that he's been into Kenshi and watching my content. It would be really cool. As a huge fan of Fudge Muppet myself, it would be pretty fire if I found it that Scott was watching Fudge Muppet. X4 has a really good Star Wars total conversion mod, like really, really good. Yeah, Starfield has a really good Star Wars total conversion mod kit too that I'm like super into. All right, so I think since we've got a bunch of people working like right now, I'm going to get all of my golems together, and I think me, the golems, and the king here are going, the king and red, because the two of them are just engineers. Yeah, is there anybody else that we should bring with us? Yeah, I think that's fine. We'll bring Crumblejohn with us because he needs some experience. We're gonna come out here, and then constructs. I need you, you, and you. You guys are all gonna come with us as well. And I think we're going to go on a little trip. We're gonna go on a little trip. We're going on a trip. So I'm going to actually move all of them into a new squad. Squad, squad, squad. The wall, you'll never see them fall. Good. And cool. All right, so where did I just move these guys to? I just moved them, right? Where did I move them to the wrong one? Oh no, I put them in the constructs. Whoopsies. There we go. All right, so Slayer Squad. These guys are gonna go off on a trip. We're gonna go recruit some skeletons from the Black Desert Sea. So we are going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship. Kind of frustrating though, because Starfield conversion is great for ground combat, but they can't fix the spaceship jank. Well, the X4 Master spaceship stuff lacks the ground combat entirely. Yeah, I mean, spaceship jank is a problem in Starfield, but I also I don't know. I find that it doesn't bother me as much. I understand the critiques and complaints on it 100%, but the Starfield like the flying jank and the stuff with spaceships doesn't actually bother me nearly as much as I think it does other people. I get it. I totally get it. It just doesn't bother me nearly as much. For my issue with Starfield is largely down to like lack of content, poor writing, and just other bad design decisions. The jank isn't even what bothers me; it's everything else. The jank doesn't even bother me. It's just the other shit that bugs me. Everything that basically the design of the game. Like that's why I think that you know if it was jank, it would annoy me from the sense that like they were lazy and didn't take their time. but like the jank can be fixed on the back end, which like shouldn't be the responsibility of the players by any means. Like the modding community and the players shouldn't have to fix it, but at least it can be fixed on the back end. Things like bad design, things like bad writing, things like bad, poor feature implementation and stuff like that. Like that stuff is really difficult to fix in the long run and requires total overhauls to fix. Like that's not even that's just a bad game. Like it takes it from like a game that wasn't tested or anything like that properly, and thus the peak potential of it was hindered to we just made a bad game. That's what happened. We made a game that was bad, unfortunately, which is, you know, that's always great. But Dwarf Fortress is already on its way, but you can't go wrong with an Electabuzz leather loincloth. Well, that's what I'm saying. We need to get those dank leather loincloths. That's what it is. You've got me, all right. You've got me sold. I'm sold on the leather loincloths. It's funny when you look at Starfield, when you look at like their spaceship combat and like how ships work, because they were very clearly trying to do. And I hate giving this game props because I dislike this game too. For other reasons, but it's very clear that they were trying to almost one-for-one copy Star Citizen, but the engine and their own inability wouldn't let them do it. It's funny. It's funny. Between the engine and then just their generally poor business practices, they couldn't do it. But it's very clear that they were trying to emulate Star Citizen because all of the same features are there. Even the look and feel of the game and like the characters and stuff is all there. But it's all, toned down and scaled down and like all of that stuff. And they did it in a really poor way. It was very clear that Starfield was trying to be Star Citizen, and they basically made a great value version of Star Citizen. It's honestly, in some ways, it's kind of fucking adorable how like were very again obviously trying to make another game, and they just made a great value version of it. Yeah, beat him up, burn him the putty. Star failed. Yeah, and then their terrible DLC, which was one of the worst DLCs, not just for a Bethesda game, but like in general. I don't think there's very few games that have ever, made a DLC that was that lackluster and disappointing. I heard Star Citizen still trying to make Star Citizen. Yeah, pretty much. Star Citizen will always be trying to make Star Citizen. Unfortunately, the copium is real because it's never gonna be finished. They're gonna keep going. They're gonna keep trying. Kick his ass. He's a tech hunter. We're gonna kick his ass. We're gonna steal his stuff, and then we're gonna sell it to the Black Desert City. Doesn't stand a chance. Although he is putting up a hell of a fight. He tried. He tried. Not well enough, though. Not well enough. Been good? No? I am going to give trade off his stuff that for our dear Crumble John, though, because currently Crumble John stuff is non-conducive for what we're trying to do with it. Keep the eye patch, keep the splint kit, though. Alright, so we're going to head over here and then get repaired up. I can honestly say that in 1,000+ hours, I've never made enemies with attack hunters. We did it accidentally. We did it accidentally. Share some of your theories for a new YouTube short about lore. I love them. Ask me a question to prompt it. It's really hard for me to just start spewing about lore. I do have, like shorts planned for basically the full next week. But if you have a question about the lore, let me know, and I will happily spew on about the lore. It's one of my favorite things to do. Because not only do I love talking about the lore, but also I love getting clips out of it. I get clips out of it. I profit from it. Not actually, though, because shorts have shitty ad revenue. But, I get a short with 150,000 views on it, and I make $15. Like, it's not great. And then I get a video that gets 8,000 views, and I make like 35. It's really funny how terrible the ad revenue on shorts is. It's actually kind of criminal, to be honest with you. It's really not okay, especially since YouTube is pushing shorts more and more in the algorithm over long form content, and then you get paid far less for them. It's honestly criminal, but whatever. But if you have any questions about the lore, I will happily answer them, Wilhelm. I'll happily answer them, or try my best. There's, obviously some things I just don't know, but I can speculate. You'd be surprised how much of my theory crafting happens in live, like in real time as I'm talking to you guys. Okay, we'll start with the first one. Do you think that the Skellies and Obedience are still alive? I want to say no. I want to say no because none of the hands are moving and the hands are out, so you'd think that they would be able to like move. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say that it's the skeletons were when they went into obedience, they were almost definitely coated in like liquid metal, molten metal. I'm going to assume that most of their parts under obedience were melted. They were melted down or ceased function because we know that burnout, the CPUs on the skeletons burn out, right? And that means that there is a temperature problem. They get too hot, they eventually burn out, and they break. Very similarly to the way that CPUs and stuff like that can happen to our own computers. Temperature's an issue. High temperatures for extended periods of time on their system can be a problem. And that usually comes down to excessive processing and all that stuff. But the point is that they were likely covered in molten metal that cooled down and trapped them in obedience, and because of that, they probably are dead. Their CPUs were burned and destroyed entirely, and they're probably dead. Now, something that is horrifying to think about with the skeletons at obedience, with the behemoths, right, is that they probably didn't want, like, I want you guys to imagine, at the time, the behemoths probably were not as depressed as skeletons are now. Like, right now, if you stick a skeleton into a peeler, ironically, they'll literally just be like, oh, no, stop, right? But they're kind of like blasé about it. But that's because they're all depressed. They've been around for, thousands or tens of thousands of years. And at this point, like, what is death to somebody that's seen countless millennia? They're just like, it is, it is what it is. Sweet relief, but at the time, I don't imagine that was the case with the behemoths at obedience. And something that is fascinating when you think about it is they're all reaching out of the pit as if they were trying to escape, which means they had some semblance of I don't want to die, right? They didn't want to die. And so they're also really, really, really big creatures, right? They're large. So I want you guys to imagine not just the physical act of the behemoths being coated in liquid metal and drowned in a vat of liquid metal, and then being encased in that now hardened prison, but also, and this is horrifying, as they dropped the metal on them, they were probably fighting, trying to swim through the metal, pulling themselves out of the trying to pull themselves out, and they were probably yelling. Not out of pain, but out of fear. Because remember, the skeletons don't feel physical pain, but they feel emotional pain, and they were probably afraid. And one of the reasons that I think that the skeletons rebelled against them wasn't just the decommissioning of the behemoths. It was that so many of them were inside this pitted obedience, and they were all probably screaming. And these are large creatures, so I want you to imagine how loud that must have been. I have no doubt in my mind that the entire face of Kenshi, upon the crime at obedience, I have no doubt that the entire face of Kenshi could hear the screeches, wails, and the destroyed, vocalizers of the behemoths as they were being melted down, as they screamed and maybe even begged for their life. It was probably horrifying, which is why the skeletons took it so personally and why they rebelled. It's why they rebelled. It was bad. It was bad. So, from that regard, sad. Really sad. Do I think they're still alive? No. I think there's a chance they might be dormant. Like I think somebody in the chat, McLeet said, they might still be dormant in there, and that's quite possible. I think that's fair. But I think that I think they're probably dead. What was there was another one in there as well. After, are there any supernatural activities actually known to be real? I have yet to see one. I have yet to see any actual supernatural activity on Kenshi that's real. As far as I can tell, every instance of alleged supernatural activity on Kenshi is explainable in some way and is usually down to superstition. I think superstition is real. I don't think actual supernatural things are on Kenshi or anything like that. None of that. It just doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit the vibe. Doesn't fit the vibe check. Doesn't pass. So no, I don't think there's any supernatural activity on Kenshi. No. Should Kenshi 2 have audio dialogue? I'm honestly not sure because I kind of like that we have all these different ideas about how creatures sound. No, I don't think so. I think it's a novel idea, but I think one, it would be kind of a pain in the ass to do. And two, I think it makes, I don't know. I don't think so. No. I kind of like it how it is. I think it comes down more to personal preference than anything. I don't think it should or shouldn't. It's just personal preference, and my preference is no. Yeah, no. Do you think there is lore-wise reason for why the inhabitants of Kenshi don't use pack bulls or garus as mounts? They could perfectly carry heavyweight, run, and charge. Lore-wise, no, I don't think there's a good reason whatsoever. To be honest with you, I think it's just the game trying to cover up a limitation of the engine. Obviously, because they're not being used as mounts in the game, we have to come up with some kind of in-lore, in-universe justification. I don't know. Maybe people are just inherently too heavy. I have no idea. Man. I have no idea. I can't. I couldn't even come up with like a credible reason, lore-wise, that they wouldn't be able to use any of them as mounts. I think they just don't do it because the game engine wouldn't allow them to. I think this is one of those few times where I'm like, no, it's literally just an engine limitation, so we can't account for it. It's like with I talked about it with the Dead Hive. Like, I think if my theory about the Hivers makes sense, with the Dead Hive and stuff, which I actually have shorts coming out next week. Most of my shorts next week are about the Hivers. But if, my theory about the Dead Hive is correct with the incubator and stuff, the reason why we can't find the incubator in game is because it's not codable in the game. It's at no other point in the game do we have an instance of, wait, where the hell is Red? What the fuck? She's way back here. What are you doing? Oh my god. What are you doing? Red, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are they called horse choppers when there are no horses? Well, because there used to be horses. I don't actually know that. That's not canon. But I imagine, what if there used to be horses and they just started decapitating horses? They started eating them. Oh man, they ran out of food and started eating them all. I imagine that hivers sound like Jawas. Ironically, I've always imagined that hivers have a really high, a really high pitched voice too. That's kind of the vibe that I always got from the hivers as well. During my first 2 lore videos that I ever did, the full story of the first and second empires, which I did with the help of a user on Reddit by the name of Just Joey. First ever lore videos I did, I tried to. And I ended up not doing it in future videos. It was something I was testing. Again, first lore video. Not that I need to defend it. I'm just explaining it. I tried to give voices to some of the characters, and whenever I did hiver voices, I made them very high pitched and kind of Jawa-y, kind of insectoid, the way that I would imagine them as that. And then the Shek I gave grumbly or dark voices to, and then a really heavy modulated voice to skeletons and stuff like that. But yeah. They all got chopped. They all got chopped. Yeah, all the horses got chopped. That's what happened. They all got chopped. Too many horses. They had to do away with them. Red's got to catch up. Red's running a little slow today. Are Garus natural? I think Garus have a strong case for being one of, I've talked about this a few times, one of the few creatures on Kenshi that I think may actually be native. I think they have a strong case for one of the to be one of the few creatures on Kenshi that are actually native. There's a lot of creatures that pretty much almost everything on Kenshi I think was either brought here during colonization and it adapted naturally, or brought here during colonization and adapted as a result of genetic tampering, or was created via genetic tampering. The Leviathans are the only ones that I'm like 99 to 100% certain the Leviathans are the only case that I can say with absolute certainty are are native to Kenshi. Everything else is kind of like a maybe, a what if, we don't know. The Leviathans, native. There's no fucking way. If there's one thing on Kenshi that has the qualifications in my mind to be considered native, it's the Leviathan. You ain't getting up, fool. No, you are not. I will take that iron spider arm, though, because I'm going to sell it when we get to the Black Desert City. Are the fish people, are the fish that people eat native? I mean, maybe. It's kind of hard to say. It's kind of hard to say. The fish could be native, but again, I think they may have been introduced. I think they may have been an introduced species. It's just there's a lot of stuff to indicate that like things are almost everything on Kenshi, on the moon of Kenshi was a byproduct of some kind of experimentation, or they were brought in non-natively. There's not a lot of things on Kenshi that kind of scream native inhabitants. Garu and Leviathan are a few examples of the ones that do, but that's about it. Do you think the Southern Hive came first? No, I think that the Southern Hive, the Western Hive. Okay, well, that's a yes and a no because it's kind of a complex answer. I think the queens for the Southern Hive, the Western Hive, and the now dead Hive were all created at the same time. I think that the queen for the Southern Hive started using the dude smoothie that King grinds up to, reproduce and create new hivers. I think that they that came later. But I think that originally all of the queens were designed to use crops as their organic material for the purpose of reproduction. And I think that the Southern Hive queen ended up using the dude smoothie later on. So I think that all three of the queens were made at the same time. I think that the Western Hive queen is the only one that functions the way that was originally intended. I think that the Dead Hive queen died, and now they're using her incubator without a queen to cause make genetically stable reproduction. And I think the Southern Hive queen used to use wheat straw, and she was created with the intention of using wheat straw. That's why she's yellow. But she ended up finding King and using the dude smoothie instead, and that's why her offspring, despite her being yellow, are pink. Yeah, so if the fishmen were native, they might be all over instead of just a lab. But they also, it's funny because there's arguments for both sides on it. On one hand, if they were native, they should be in more places, right? They should be in more areas. But also, they seem like a newer problem. And so it could just be the result of like they just decided to leave the water due to water levels decreasing again or something like that. There's a lot of potentials as to what could be the reason that we're just seeing fishmen now for the first time. We're not really sure. Couple of explanations for it. We're not totally sure yet. We're gonna buy some food. Some foobs. We need some foobs. How are you guys doing on food? Good. Do you think crabs are native? No. I don't think the crabs are native, but I do think they've evolved on Kenshi to be more fit to its environment. And I think that because I think that as a byproduct of Kenshi's environment, they are able to grow so large because they are able to get more food consistently and able to maintain the energy needed to continuously molt. Because the reason why we don't have crabs that size in our own world, in real life, is not because it's not possible. It's actually quite possible. The problem is that uh, crabs live forever. Many shellfish, crabs, lobster, they live forever in terms of age. They don't age. They have no DNA breakdown from the telomerase at the end of their strands of DNA getting weaker as they get older, like humans do. So, for those of you who aren't aware, our DNA is a helix shape. It's a that spiral, and at the ends of our DNA, you have these caps that are called telomerase, and they keep your DNA together. They keep it from unraveling and all that stuff. They tops and bottoms. And every time your DNA, your cells reproduce, and they, every time they reproduce, the telomerase get weaker and weaker. And as you get older, and they start to get weaker, they unravel, and your DNA gets weaker, and your reproduction gets weaker. Like your cellular reproduction gets weaker. That's why skin starts to sag. Your organs don't function the way they used to. You have more aches and pains. You can't. Aging is the byproduct of weakening telomerase on your DNA. Now, in real life, crabs have a enzyme that prevents the destruction of their DNA, their telomerase. So crabs actually can live, in terms of age, forever. The problem is, or as far as we know, forever. They don't age. They can regenerate on a cellular level for seemingly forever. So that's why all crabs either die in battle or they die from exhaustion. And the way that they die from exhaustion is as they get bigger and bigger, they have to molt out of their shell and grow a new one, right? The problem is that every time they do it, it takes more and more energy. And that means they have to take in more and more food to fuel that process, right? They have to get stronger. The problem is eventually they reach a size where they can no longer fuel that process anymore. They don't have the energy to break out of their shell. And so they will literally either die in battle or crush themselves to death in their own shell because they're unable to get out in time, and they die from exhaustion. Now the crabs on Kenshi don't seem to have that issue for some reason. They're just growing and growing and growing. It's unironically, I think the Bugmaster, when making the Hyver Queens and when altering his own genes to make himself ageless, I think that he isolated the gene used in that process from the crabs. I think he isolated it from the crabs. That's why the Hyver Queens don't age. That's why the Bugmaster doesn't age. He figured out how to implement that same enzyme that prevents the destruction of telomerase, the degradation of telomerase over time. He implemented it on himself. And that sounds far-fetched, but when you consider that this is the same man that would have made the Shek, that would have made the Hivers, genetic manipulation on that scale is child's play comparatively. Comparatively child's play. Comparatively child's play. Okay, so now that we've got John there fed and he's good to go, we are going to. I need to get him a better weapon, so we're going to run over to the ye old scrap house, and we're going to get our good man from John Grudgebearer, our old Dowie. Yeah, we're gonna get him outfitted with a better weapon. And I would absolutely love vampires with a Kenshi twist. I think that'd be badass. Absolutely badass. I'd be smitten with the idea. That sounds cool as hell. Cool as hell. I'll take Kenshi vampires any day, every day. That sounds absolute fire. Spends most of his time in crab form to prevent aging. Fire. Fire idea. Fire idea. Okay, so literally, it's a druid that just turns into a crab for the sake of living forever. He found the secret to immortality is becoming a crab, so he just spends most of his time as a crab. That's funny. That's a funny idea. That is really good. A good weapon for our man Crumble John Grudgebearer. I might give him a really good manufactured katana. Well, I can't afford a really good manufactured katana. I'd like to give him a really good manufactured katana. If I sell these, will I be able to? No. No, I won't. And he's been there since the first Empire. Dude, yeah, I think that if as long as they take a scientific approach to it, they could really implement so many really cool things into Kenshi's lore. Like again, there's so much cool stuff they could do. I would like to see like a scientific twist with the implementation of things like vampires and Kenshi. That'd be badass. Badass. That would be badass. Paladin's Cross, Hacker, Mayhaps. What is Crimblejohn's stats? What is he set for weapon wise? Mostly heavy, but he's kind of just good across the board. So maybe we'll just go Hacker. We'll give him a good Paladin's Cross and call it a day. Yeah. How's he look? How's our guy looking? How big is that? Yeah, that's pretty badass. That's pretty badass. I'm for it. I fuck with it. I like it. I like it. If they added vampires, I wonder if more people would side with the Holy Nation just because, they'd be all about vampire hunting. That would be hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Yeah, I think I like this. I think I fuck with it. I think I fuck with it. Is there anything else here that I want to get? I don't think so. I think I'm set with everything. Okay, cool. So we've got him outfitted with a better weapon. That's good. Do we know if the Hive Queens are biological at all? I know they're considered skeletons by the game, but I can't think of a purely gameplay reason why. So I assume they're artificial in terms of lore. I think they're supposed to be cyborgs. I think they're supposed to be cyborgs. I think they're created with the intention of being cyborgs. And I think the idea, and I talk about this actually in a short that comes out on tomorrow. It comes out tomorrow. That the Hivers were designed to be the inverse of skeletons, and they were designed by the skeletons with skeletons in mind. The first Empire, because the second Empire was in many ways the inverse of the first Empire. So the first Empire was a non-militarized society that was all about industry and innovation, creation, the creation of new things. The Second Empire was a militarized society that was not about creation and innovation. It was about repurposing and reconfiguring. The First Empire viewed its lower subjects as disposable workers, which the higher population, like the First Empire had a higher population of skeletons than humans, and the humans ruled as a ruling class. The Second Empire was skeletons as a ruling class over a population of humans. The First Empire had artificial life that was created by biological life created artificial life in the forms of humans making skeletons. The Second Empire was skeletons creating biological life in the form of the Hivers. And when you look at the Hivers and the way they function, it's very much an organic version of the skeletons. They have the same general shape, the same physiological shape. They look very similar, just one's organic and one's not. They function and the Hivers function on a hive mind via a pheromone link to a leader. And in the same way, the skeletons were probably all linked through a mainframe or a hive mind through a large network. The skeletons had different models that were adept at performing different jobs. The Hivers have different models that are adept at performing different jobs. The Hivers were built to be easily replicable through mass production. The Hivers were built to be quickly replicable through the conversion of organic matter. The Hivers are literally just organic skeletons. And I think that the skeletons made the Hivers in their own image when they, needed something that was going to be biologically fit to deal with all of the harshness of Kenshi, as well as the issues that the Second Empire was facing at the end of the Empire, with the famine, the Exodus, the environmental factors, all of that stuff. In addition to the fact that the skeletons had become so, where Catlan's empire had become so disenfranchised with the humans and disgusted with their perception of the humans, that they started to think that the humans would be better off if they made them into skeletons. And so they did that in the closest way they could. They made artificial skeletons. They made biological skeletons, which are the Hivers. So I think that the Second Empire was in many ways the inverse of the first. In many, many ways, the Second Empire was the exact inverse of the first. It's wild to think about. Wild to think about. I'm trying to see if there's any more golems around here. I want to get a couple more. I'm also going to grab a couple of skeletons from a few of the ruins, the little workshops around here as well. I can grab these golems. Do I want to grab these golems? There's another Kenshi around here, but I don't know if I want to grab another Kenshi. I think I like the idea of Zagan and Kenshi being unique amongst the golems. But we need to armor up hard. We need to armor up really hard. Our guys need to be ready, willing, and able at any moment to fight the Southern Hive. And after our crushing defeat last time, I don't think there's such a thing as over preparation, because we got our fucking asses kicked. Almost every hiver at the Southern Hive, and there's like 100 of them, have stats between 70 and 120, and that's not including King, who has a strength rating of 250. So we need to be prepared. All right. Golem. We're going to make another golem. Perfect. Perfect. You as well. Golem. Same deal. Yeah, no, we're again, it may seem sometimes like I'm over preparing for this. I thought I was over prepared the first time. And look what happened. Yeah, no, there is no over preparation on this. We need to be ready. We need to be ready. There is another Kenshi here. Again, I don't know if I want to recruit a second one. I like the idea of Kenshi and Zagan being unique. So I'm going to probably pass on him. Is that a third Kenshi? Oh my god, there's two of them over here. Yeah, I'm going to pass on that, though. I like the idea of them being unique. Is it even possible to get anyone that high? It is through glitches. If you can get their base stat over 100, then the multiplier goes off, goes ridiculous. And you can get stats over 100. I one time had a character that got strength. I accidentally got a character that had strength up to 101, and then once he hit 101, the multiplier took off, and suddenly he had strength that was like 260 because it just kept getting faster and faster and more aggressive. So it is possible. If you can break 100, if you can get past 100, then you can multiply your strength and stats and stuff out like super quick. Super quick. All right, so we're going to head over here now. Yeah, you turn into One Punch Man real quick. Literally just fucking punching limbs off of people. I'm going to save it, too, because Black Desert City is a location of heavy crashing because of all the particle effects and the lightning and all that stuff. It's just, and the rain. It's an area of heavy crashing, so I'm going to save it in the event of crash. In the event of the unfortunate, which would be a crash, which there's usually one. Crash Monster shows up at some point. Crash Monster always shows up at some point. We're going to come over here. We're going to beat up some skeletons. My plan is to get 3. I want to recruit 3 skeletons. Not these guys. I don't feel like recruiting them. I have enough. This is going to put me at a good number of golems. My favorite weapon? I'm lame. I like the Nodachi. I'm lame. I like the Nodachi. I think it's cool. Giant two-handed katanas are cool. I think conceptually they're cool. I think that in functional they're cool. I just think they're cool. Two-handed katanas are cool. Big ass long katanas. Katana. Get out of the way of any turret fire because they do have turrets in here, and I'd like to avoid those. And see if we can pull aggro from a couple of these guys over here. I'm gonna put King Vishu to block because 10-1 we're gonna pull a couple of enemies that I don't want to pull, but I want to grab. There's a few different shells that I want to get. One is I want to get him, so we're gonna have our golems do the work. I have all of our golems do the work. And then I'm going to have Red here fight, Red and Vishu fight this skeleton. Take him off block. Red, Vishu, and I'm going to put you on block, though, because I want to train you, but I don't want you to die, and you can get fucked up pretty easily, guys. So we're going to try and take out a bunch of these skeletons. We should be fine. We should be fine. We have good stats. We should be fine. Here and help Grudge Bearer out. Yeah, and then we're gonna take some of these guys and forcibly recruit them as well. So we're gonna take them back with us to Carrick Vishu. Take a couple of these guys back with us to Carrick Vishu. Okay, so broken model. Yeah, we're gonna beat your ass. We're gonna beat your ass. And we're also going to rip the armor off of this downed one right here as well, and we're going to use that to put on some of the two that we just recruited. Yeah, that's good. Good. All right, and then we're going to take the frame and we're going to put it onto this guy for right now, which will be cool. And we're going to take this old CP. All right, so now one of the golems we recruited has that armor. It's kind of shitey, but that's okay. Better than nothing. I've been at it with the Southern Hive in my playthrough. I had sieged them twice, but could not get to the queen. I discovered a Leviathan trader. I got 3 for the king. Hell yeah, dude, that's going to be fire. I almost just swallowed wrong. Gatorade burns when you swallow it wrong. Note to self. That sucked. Ow. Anyway, I'm alive. Dad, insult to injury. The XP logic uses animals' base stats, so even though King effectively has 150 attack and defense, you get XP as if they were only 60. Yeah, pretty much. It's a hard not life we're living here, but that's okay. That hurt, man. My God. Just died. I almost died. You guys almost just watched me die in real time. It's funny. It's funny. I'll be taking that. And I will be picking you up. And then I will, yeah, we're going to be giving one of these repair packs to Lord Red here. Content. Yeah, everybody wants to see me die. It's for the content. Everyone wants to watch me die. On camera. I'm doing it for the views. I died for the views. Alright, we're gonna pick your stuff up. We're gonna pick you up as well. Nice. The 3 of you guys. Kenshi IRL, literally, Kenshi got me. That's how it happened. Kenshi got me. So we're going to have Red fixing that guy. And at the same time that Red is fixing that guy, I'm going to have King Vishu repairing this guy. And then at the same time that King Vishu is fixing that guy, I'm going to have... hold on, Red, go pick somebody up. We got to make this funny. What are you doing? Red, go pick that guy up. All right, all right. All right, so here's what's happening. Red is going to fix that guy. And then Grudge Bearer is going to fix that guy. And then we've got a triangle of people fixing guys. It's a triangle. It's a triangle. Once these guys are fixed up, we'll head back. There's like a certain code sequence that you have to give to them when they're in a cage to fix them up, but we're just not there yet. And then we can get better frames for our golems at Mongrel. We gotta fix these guys up too. And then Vishu, we're actually gonna have you come over and this is the shitey frame, right? Yeah, I gave him a shitty frame. All right, we're gonna take these. I'm gonna take. Oh shit, son! Hell yeah! Repair kit, fully repaired. Vishu's repair kits almost never run out. He has such high science. I've had this same repair kit since I think like episode 7. 7 or 8. Like we don't run out of repair kits because of his shoe's science skill is so high. It bugged out. It did the thing that I said before where it bugs. So his robotics, not his science, his robotics is so damn high because it got above 100. So now it just keeps leveling, and because of that, his he can repair all of these golems from flat, and it might go down 1 charge. Will I get in trouble for carrying these skeletons into the Black Desert City? Is that a thing? Will I get in trouble for that? My thought behind it. Well, let's see. How many are roaming in here? There's still a couple. Let's not take the chance. We'll avoid taking that chance. We're just gonna run back. We got 3 of them now. We're gonna run back towards. Towards the keep, towards Carrick for Shu. Throw these boys in some cages, and then boom, we've got 3 more archers that we can throw up on turrets, and I can finally get Vigo off of the turrets because he's a good archer, which is fine. The problem is that I don't like having non-skeletons on turrets because the turret workers will usually forget to come down and eat, and it's kind of a giant pain in the ass. If we can avoid that by having all of our turret workers be our golems, our constructs, I'll take it. We have golems and constructs, not skeletons. Golems and constructs. I'll take it. And then we'll have to reload because as soon as I recruit them, my turrets are going to try and shoot them. I'm going to try and shoot them. You can't prison recruit golems, can you? I don't assume they don't fit in cages. No, but it's not because they don't fit in the cages. It's because the recruitable prisoners with dialogue only works on vanilla units, not modded units. After they eat, go back to the wrong turret. After they eat, they go back to the wrong turret. Yeah, literally. Oh my god, man. The AI for the turrets sometimes makes me so goddamn mad. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. All right, so we're gonna head up through here. First, I mean, we're gonna go straight shot. Same deal. I'm gonna save it. We're out of there now, so it shouldn't be too bad. But I still, we're traveling to so many areas that it could cause a little bit of bloating issues. So I'm going to save it just in case. Because the crash monster likes to rear its ugly heads at the most inopportune and obnoxious moments. Hopefully we can get back to Garzumi Keep, not Garzumi Keep, to Karakvashu without an issue. Garzumi Keep is where the end game's at. Little did I know for the first 16 episodes of our series that I wasn't actually building up our base, I was building our end game. Kind of poetic when you think about it. Kind of poetic. Avoid this Holy Nation mine here. And we're moving. All right. Up. On the upside, traveling to and from really isn't that bad. Like we've got a solid crew. We move at a decent speed, and we currently are not actually enemies with the Holy Nation. Although if they see us carrying these skeletons, they might feel some type of way about it. Not sure yet. Speaking of which, we're just gonna around here. Thankfully, they don't care about the Ironsides, because even though they are giant robots physically, the game files thinks that they're animals because that's how Hapless coded them, which is cool. I don't know if they'll actually care that we're carrying them on our back, but just in case, I'd rather be safe than sorry. I'm not here to deal with that right now. And then we have to actually back at the base. We have to construct some cages because we currently don't have any cages. I haven't done any forcible recruiting from the cages in quite some time. As far as I know, we don't have any cages back there. As far as I know. Do we have anybody head towards the base? Triangle bandits in a few days? Alright, that's not bad. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. And hopefully by the time we get back there, too, we've done a few rounds of harvesting. You know, we've been gone for a little bit of time. Hopefully we've gone through a few rounds of harvesting. We've gotten some more armor built. All of that stuff. We've ditched the armor. We've got a nice surplus going on. That's the goal. That's the end goal. Nice surplus of armor. And weapons. Because we need to outfit all of our guys with axes. Everybody needs to be outfitted with big-ass axes. Except for, obviously, Grudgebear here. He's going to be wielding that giant paladin's cross I just got him. But everybody else needs to be outfitted with axes. Triangle bandits. Of course they are. It's fine. We'll let you guys deal with them. No, you don't. I'm not even actually worried about the Triangle Bandits. I just don't feel like... Wow, goddamn, there's a lot. Fine. We'll shit. All right. We'll pop back and help them a little bit. We'll hold tight and we'll go back and help them. I'm not actually worried they're gonna beat us. I just didn't feel like dealing with them. They are not the objective here. All right. Let's see how they manage. See how they hold out. Yeah, they're getting their shit rocked. Not terribly, but they're not doing great. They need to build up some strength for sure. All right, you three come back here and heal these guys up. Get them picked up. Get them picked up. Everybody repair. Could be worse. I found someone who thinks he's a hero in his head. My bingo card is filled out today. Thanks, brother. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm glad that your bingo card has been filled out. Unfortunately, it's all in my imagination. Starving bandits being stupid. Here and heal each other up. Get this done. All right. Legs are totally destroyed on that. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some full repair. Thankfully, we can repair quickly because again, Vishu's robotics is asinine. I mean, it just keeps going up. I don't even know how it ended up happening, but his robotics it bugged out over 100, and because of that, it's just crazy. It's ludicrous, ludicrous, absolutely ludicrous. All right, how are we doing? Yeah, just gotta get their legs fixed. I'm glad we picked up that other charge because yeah, look at this. We've gone on to 105. We're still repairing, I think it's got, it hasn't 104. Like it barely goes down. We barely lose anything. It was clever lore-wise to make the starving bandits starving to justify their utterly suicidal behavior. Their base has 20 turrets and a dozen samurai charged. Literally. Oh my god, literally. They're just desperate people. Desperate people doing desperate things. Thank you, Mortal. I appreciate it. I appreciate the kind words. My delusions finally mean something. They can combine in your inventory too, so long as the remaining charges on one is not enough to overfill. So like if I get this one down to where there's only 66 charges left, I can put it and mix it with it. All right, well, now we're walking slower because some of our guys are a little messed up, which is annoying, but it's fine. We'll get back there. It's fine. Means the trip's going to take a little bit longer. How are you doing food-wise? Okay, so what we are going to do is we're going to have him trade some food over to Red and to Vishu because Vishu needs to trade the foods. There we go. Alright, now you guys gotta keep walking. What's the highest squad limit you've had? Because anything in the 60+ range eventually causes VRAM crashes. The highest I've had 102. But I didn't cause VRAM crashes. It was just 102 is as many as I got. How do you think the Bugmaster was able to live so long? It's funny that you asked that because I actually just I just answered that very question. I think like half an hour ago, or like 45 minutes ago. And I have a short coming out next week talking about this exact thing too. The Bugmaster, I believe, was able to... No, you're good. I'll answer it again. I'm always more than happy to answer the questions. You weren't here. You didn't know that. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I just think it's funny. It's always funny because I get questions. I get the same questions a couple of times in a row, and it's always when I have a short that is prepared like within the next week or so that's going to also answer it. So it's funny how the questions always come. Like I won't get something for a while, and then as soon as I make a short about it and I have it scheduled, suddenly people are interested. Anyway, effectively speaking, the Bugmaster, in my theory about the Bugmaster being the lead geneticist for the Second Empire, he was very proficient at gene manipulation. He created the Shek, he created the Hivers, he inadvertently created bone dogs and pack bulls and all that stuff. And I think that he was able to isolate the gene in crabs that prevents the degradation of telomerase in the DNA of crabs. So I explained it earlier. In real life, at the end of DNA strands, there is this thing called telomerase. They're effectively caps on your DNA. And you can find his DNA with a hostess Twinkie, so he can't ever spoil. So at the end of your DNA, there are these things called telomerase, and they're effectively the caps on your DNA. They're what keep your DNA from unraveling, as it were. And well, are we being followed? Oh no, they're just happen to walking the same way. And as you age, your telomerase will wear down through the course of cellular regeneration. So every time they regenerate, your telomerase regenerates just a little bit weaker. And that's actually what causes you to age. That's why your skin sags, because your skin cells don't regenerate quite as well. The DNA isn't quite as well maintained. That's why you have aches and pains and your hormones get out of whack and you don't move the way you used to because you're not able to regenerate your cells. It's because he has a master. Like he has master in his name, like Master Roshi. That's what it is. He smokes the rare ganja plant every couple of 100 years, and that's what makes him immortal. It's Master Roshi. That's what it is. No, so crabs in real life have a genetic, an enzyme that prevents the degradation of their telomerase. And as a result of that, they don't age. Crabs, lobsters, stuff like that, they don't die from age. They die from exhaustion because they get too big and are unable to intake the amount of energy required for them to molt. And so they either die in combat, like most of them do, or they continue to grow and grow and grow, and eventually they get so big they can't even molt out of their own shell because of the amount of energy it would take to do so, and they die of exhaustion or crush themselves to death in their own shell. Yes, telomerase. Telomerase. So crabs have an enzyme that prevents the degradation of their telomerase, which causes them to be effectively ageless. Crabs and lobsters do not die from aging because they can infinitely regenerate. They can regenerate on a cellular level infinitely without degradation due to aging. So if the Bugmaster was capable of the kind of genetic manipulation required to create Shek, to create the Hivers, all of that stuff, it would not be unreasonable for them for him to isolate the gene that is present in crabs in real life, and ironically or unironically, on Kenshi there are also crabs. Isolate telomerase. I don't know. It could be both. It's been a while. Listen, I haven't taken a biology course since I was in college, like 10 years ago. I might be. I might be. Telomeres, I might be mixing up the pronunciation. That's correct. I may be. But the point remains, it's there. And so crabs are present on Kenshi, and they don't have that issue. Their DNA strands don't unravel with age. And so if the Bugmaster was able to isolate the marker or the ability to prevent that degradation of their DNA strands due to aging, of their DNA caps due to aging, then it would be kind of child's play for someone who is capable of creating a genetic race like the Hybers or the Shek to implement that on themselves. So that is why the Bugmaster probably doesn't age. Now, telomeres, I might be mixing the two of them up. I haven't taken a biology course since I was in college, like 10 years ago. So, but the point is that it's there. It's based on real science. It's a thing. Thank you, thank you. I try to make sure that all of my theories are rooted in some kind of science or have some kind of clear-cut reference behind them that makes them make sense. Oh my fucking god, dude, I'm so sick of these triangle bandits. They're everywhere, and every time I get moving, they make me stop every single time. I think there's a camp of them right over there, which is why it's taking so long. I just want to get back to the base, god damn it. I just want to get back to the base. We're on the road again. Right. Yeah, these triangle bandits, man, they're so obnoxious. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Ridiculous. It's my own fault for having my game settings put them everywhere. I'm just trying to avoid dropping these fucking broken skeletons here because I'm going to be using those broken skeletons for you know, my recruitment efforts. I need to use them for turrets. I have great news, Hero. My buddy's going to help me get my streaming and recording set up. Hell yeah! Jump on it. Excited about it. Excited about it. Get your streaming set up. Get yourself out there. Make some content. And who knows, mortal? Pato and I are starting a Kenshi stream very, very soon. Not Kenshi stream, a Kenshi podcast. Very, very soon. We're going to be going live. Maybe one day you can find yourself on the podcast, on the pod. Fodder? Yeah, the pot is fodder. That's what it is. That's what it is. The pot is fodder. Lost drone. Sad boy. Sad, sad boy. Not gonna help, but sad, sad boy. Yeah, Pato and I, we got a nice, we got a podcast coming up. We're working on it. We actually worked out a lot of the details today. We've got the general frame for the pod set up too. We've put a lot of work into it today, so we should have that up and running very, very soon. And then we're going to be doing a weekly podcast. Very, very excited. Kenshi podcast. You guys should do a Kenshi food episode. We might. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. Anybody who's been in my Discord server knows that I'm huge on cooking. I do a lot of cooking. I have many pictures of the foods in there. Yeah, no, huge on cooking. Huge on cooking. Like, I find it very relaxing. It's one of my favorite things to do. I find it to be very, very relaxing. You want to see my best pastas? Yeah, hold on. Let me pull up my Discord. Actually, I could probably show you my best pastas. Give me just a minute. I'll show you. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. All right, you three need to move. I don't feel like dealing with this chicanery. Lucky for us, the Maitao weapon that the king is using does extra damage against animals. He's using a Maitao hunting saber, so it does plus 39% against animals and plus 29 against robots. He's perfect for golem recruitment. Oh shit! One of my bone dogs died of starvation. That sucks. What the fuck? Oh no! No, it wasn't even my bone dog. It was one of my. God damn it! It was one of my war dogs. Ah, that sucks. That sucks. Yep. It was one of my big guys, too. That sucks. Fuck me. My fault. Press F in chat. I fucked up. Again, you know what's really funny? I've lost several of my major guys from starvation. I've lost too many of them for it to be acceptable to starvation. I lost Lord Stream to starvation too. You guys remember that? Ridiculous. Well, he's dead now. He was a beast too. That sucks. He's actually gonna be a really big pain to replace. I'm gonna have to find some animal nomad traders. Tiny Kong is butchering Grim for me. Oh yeah, look at that. He's just eating him. It's fine. Don't worry about it. That's awful. That really sucks. That really sucks. I mean, we still have Grunt, so that's cool, but that really sucks. Damn it. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. I'm so mad about it. I'm so mad about it. You either, yeah, literally. Literally. He was he was the bestest boy. Look at him. He was huge. He was like a horse. Unfortunate. I didn't even think about it. I thought we were at least we were fine. Well, at least we know Tiny will starve less. Literally, the dude saw one of his comrades drop, and the first thing he does is start butchering Grim for meat. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. All right, Beep, you're also starving because you're not fucking going and eating food like you should be. Go eat food. Go eat food. All right, I might crash in a second from hopping back and forth like that. We'll see. No, we're good. We're good. That really sucks, man. That's a big loss. That's a big loss. I'm gonna have to that really sucks. Okay. I'm gonna have no, Beep's inventory wasn't full. His issue with it, he was training on a machine, so he was only training, he wasn't stopping. Yeah, Jugs have a ×3 hunger rate. Yeah, that's a huge loss. I can replace him, but it's gonna require me to find a nomad animal caravan, like a nomad beast trader, and then it's gonna require me to buy one and then raise them up. And it's going to be a giant pain in the ass. And they cost like 6,000 cats each, which like isn't a big deal, but it is annoying. I'm genuinely shocked that he starved though, because typically when enemies get in, they'll fight them and then they'll eat their limbs, and that's how they stay alive. You know, I should have just left them outside the base. They wouldn't have starved. They wouldn't have died. I mean, they wouldn't have died. They would have just been running around eating fogmen. Usually, I just leave them outside of the base, and they're fine. You know, they're outside dogs. That really sucks. That makes me mad. I'm actually a little heated about that. That really sucks. My fault. I should have paid better attention. I accept full responsibility for the dilapidated state of all of my animals. Question about Bass, because I've been considering playthrough involving it. What do you think is most likely to win the war going on in Bass? And what do you think is going to happen if Bass was... what happens to Bass if one side wins? I think if the Holy Nation wins, then they... I mean, it's kind of hard to say. If the United Cities wins, they'll reconstruct. You know, it's there. If the Holy Nation wins, then I don't know. It's kind of hard to say because they think the places like they burned it to the ground. I don't know if they're necessarily there to expand. It's kind of hard to say if the Holy Nation's interested in expansion or if they're interested in just destroying their enemies. You know, it's kind of hard to say at the moment. So I'm not sure. As for who's more likely to win, I would say at the moment it's kind of a stalemate. I don't think either of them are going to win. If it's a battle of attrition, I think the United Cities probably has a better chance right now, at least in Bast, because the Holy Nation is fighting a war on multiple fronts. And so like I think they can sustainably win against most things, but whether they can win against the United Cities in Bast specifically in a long-term battle of attrition is tough. I'm not so much worried about their food situation as I am their numbers situation. They're spread out in many ways, so it's kind of hard to say. It's hard to say. I don't really know. I don't really know. Oh my god, everything's really freaking out right now. My mouse doesn't want to move. All right, wind generator is built. There we go. All right, we've got guys in here again. All right, so now the thing that we need to do is no, you get back out here. Is that one of ours? No, that's Dawn Guard. Fuck them. All right. Now what we need to do is we need to build cages. Something we haven't done yet. Something we have not done yet. So let's get cages built up. We're gonna make our little prison here. Okay, we need a little prison. We're gonna make a little prison. Make a little prison. Cages. Prisoner cage. Woo. And lucky for us, we should get this built pretty quick. Prisoner cage. If the UC blitzes the Holy Nation and takes their farm, they can win, but a prolonged war, the Holy Nation can outlast them. I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know. It's kind of tough because in the same way that the Holy Nation is fighting war on multiple fronts, the United Cities is facing internal rebellion. And we've already seen that internal rebellions for the United City have been effective in the past. Look at the Red Rebellion. And so I don't know. It's kind of like saying, like, if the Holy Nation did a blitz on the United Cities, they could take them out. I mean, if they did a blitz on their capital, they could take them out probably. But like, it's not like feasible for them to do it. They're not going to do it, you know. Or it's like being like if the Shek did guerrilla warfare against the Holy Nation instead of straight on battle, they'd win. They're just not going to do it. You know, it's just not something they're going to do, unfortunately. I think that like if the United Cities banded together and like marched on them, they'd have a good chance, but like they're not going to. I know you don't have building materials. I'm getting there, you bastard. Yeah, the United Cities, their greatest strength is also their weakness in the sense that they are not a consolidated nation. They are a unified group of independent city-states operating under individual lords that are supposed to be operating under the whims of the emperor, but like they're not. And so like their greatest strength is also their greatest weakness in the sense that they can survive independently if one of their group, if some of their groups die, some of their numbers, like some of their cities fall because they operate independently from one another. But on the same sense, they are also far less organized and able to help each other. And there's a lot of political scheming and all that kind of stuff that occurs in the background. So like they're not. It's tough because like what's to say that if the United States starts to actively lose, it's far more likely to me that the remaining city states and stuff will simply secede from the greater alliance of cities and just refuse to participate if they see that they're going to lose, right? Like because they're interested in survival in the long term. Literally one UC town could start a war with another UC city, and then like the cities could just be like, you're on your own. And that's the thing. Like because they operate independently. If the war were to get too bad and end up on UC soil, what's to stop the United States, like some of the nobles, from just being like, nope, not for me. Sorry, you're on your own. Get fucked. I'm not going to get involved. I'm not getting involved in this. It's a losing war. I'll pass. The UC would have to have an alliance with the Shek so they can bring in their southern territories to bear. But if the Shek wanted to do that, they would have done it before Shagger. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. The other thing is like the Shek culture would never allow it. They think the nobles are fat, lazy cowards, which they're right. But like, it would never allow it. They would never allow it. Do you think the United States will have their non-human citizens convert to Okran or purge because of fantasy racism? I think the nobles will be killed. I think the children of the nobles will be carted off to Rebirth. The Shek will be killed. I think anyone that's non-human will be killed or carted off to Rebirth. And And then I think the human citizens, I don't think they're interested in forcibly converting people to Okernism. I think they're interested in, like, what is practicing of Okernism if you don't believe it? It doesn't make any sense for me. I don't think they're interested in forcibly converting humans to Okernism like that. I think they're interested in purging them by holy fire. I think they're interested in purging them by holy fire. I don't think they have any interest in that, because they also believe in like a reincarnation system too. Like the whole rebirth thing. The idea is that they send you to rebirth so that you can work for the betterment of the holy nation in slave labor, effectively. To like they view it as like a purgatory. So the idea is that you work in slave labor to work off your sins, and then you'll be reborn as a Okranite male. As payment for your sins. So like it's in a disturbing way when they send, people off to rebirth, they do so under the pretense that they're actually saving them, which is really fucked up. I think they'd be more interested in burning them by holy fire and hoping that they come back as they're reincarnated as more pure beings. Construct. Boom. Love it. All right. And we got to get more of these built. I can't let them out of the cages yet, though, because my archers will shoot at them. So I'm actually, in a second, I'm going to do something I don't usually do on stream, which is I'm actually going to save and exit the game, because I'm going to reload. I'm going to import in to help get rid of some of the lag and clear up VRAM. And then I'm actually going to load back in, because I can't take them out of their cages yet until I reload into the game. Otherwise, they will my archers will try and shoot them because they're stupid. They're silly gooses, absolute buffoons. But first, I have to get those cages built. What do you think smells worse? Shek meat cooked on holy fire or Hyver meat cooked on holy fire? Hyver's easy. Hyver's easily. I imagine Shek meat would be very gamey. Very, very gamey. Very tough. Yeah, it's an issue from forcibly recruiting. Their old faction doesn't clear until you reload. Yeah, that's how we lost. Skinny Baloney last night. Got shot in the head by our own turret. He got shot in the chest by our own turret and killed instantaneously while he was trying to work the field. He was being a good boy, and he died for it. He was being a good boy and he died for it. Do we not have fucking iron plates? What happened? Have we been using them all? Ooh, we've been using them all. Ooh. Why have we been doing that? Yeah, we're just going through them. We're just working it. Do I not have two people working this thing? Emil, what are you doing? Iron refinery, ore drill. Yeah, I need someone else working the ore drill is what it is. I don't have two people working the ore drill. That's unacceptable. Over here and work that ore drill. We need faster ore. More ore faster. Faster, faster, faster. Also, what do we have going on here? We need iron plates to upgrade that. Okay. Rest in peace, Skinny Baloney. Yeah. Skinny Baloney died literally instantaneously. We got him. I sent him to work in the fields, and one of our crossbow turrets shot him in the chest and killed him almost instantly. I had no idea what happened. He was just there working the fields like a good little hiver doing his job. And yeah, they shot him. They shot him dead. They put him down. They put him down like an animal. Like an absolute animal. It was kind of fucked up. It made me feel a type of way. Made me feel some type of way. Wasn't good. Wasn't good. More bread in here for the animals. Construct. I can't believe we lost one of our war dogs. That's so ass. He was an elder war dog too. Serious loss right there. That's terrible. Absolute shit. Absolute shit. Two-timed him. Literally, the two-timed him. The archer that shot him was the two-time. We were like, hey man, join our side. Come over to our side. We have all of the things. You'll be a career criminal, and you might even get to work alongside the Don. And he was like, okay. And then he walked outside, and we fucking shot him. It was disastrous. Truly horrifying. Truly horrifying. We should be ashamed of ourselves. We did him dirty. We did him dirty. Oh, shit. Wrong code. Okay. This one. Place light. Interesting. Oh, it's because he has a higher robotic skill, so they're easier to change for Vashu. That's funny. Okay. Construct. What is your opinion on the lone human in gut in the at the unknown camp? My opinion is that he's very funny because you can use him to become allied with beak things. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what his deal is. I haven't really looked into him too much. That is an interesting question. I'll get back to you on that. I don't know, but I kicked his ass the other day. Good on you, Casper. You do what you have to do. You do what you have to do. No, actually, no. Stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing. No. No, it's fine. We're gonna have you get right back into that cage. Get right back into that cage. No, shit. No, you're gonna get shot. No, get out of here. Grudge Bear. Put you in there. Well, actually, as long as he stays in the bar, he should be okay. As long as he stays in the bar, he should be okay. And then King Bashu is going to go deal with this guy too. And then boom, we have 3 new archers. To be fire. Talk to. Common English. 60. No. Or talk to. Replace light bulb. Boom. Construct. Right? Yeah. Cool. Fantastic. Okay, so now I'm going to do something that I don't usually do, which is, again, I'm gonna actually leave. Save the game and leave. Fully exit out of Kenshi and then reload in. Emergency save. Best race for archers? I like skeletons. I think skeletons make great archers, especially on turrets, right? Throw some skeletons on turrets. They're fantastic because the AI for turrets likes to make your guys starve themselves to death. All right, close the game. Woo! Yay! Game exits. Yeah. All right, and then we're gonna load back in. Which assassination skill levels? With the assassination skill levels and such, yeah, I've heard the theory somewhat before. What are we talking about? Another little skeletons as archers. The skeletons are immune to dust storm penalty. Yeah. Yup. Skeletons are just really good. They're just really good. Import. This should also clear up any of the lag we were experiencing from. Would importing a save make unique NPCs that we already recruit like spawn again? Only if I imported like dead NPCs. Now shit, we crashed. Look at that. See, these things happen sometimes. Interesting. Maybe I'll try the emergency save. Only if we imported the with dead NPCs being returned to life. Give it a proper minute to actually load in. All right, import game. We're gonna try the emergency save. Kenshi, you know, it's one of those games. It just likes to fucking crash on you. No big deal. That's why we do the emergency save though, in case things like that happen. Because sometimes save files just become stupid and they don't want to do the things they're supposed to do. Just popping back in, why are we importing? Oh, because I just recruited 3 new skeletons, and I don't want a repeat of last night where the 3 new recruits that I got get shot by my by my turrets, because the faction doesn't change when you forcibly recruit enemies yet. Like when you forcibly recruit enemies through recruitable prisoners, and so your archers, if you have them set to shoot first, ask questions later, they'll shoot at your recruits until you reload the game. But then I was also having a little bit of lag because I had just done a bunch of traveling, so there was a little bit of VRAM bloat. And so I figured I would just close the game and then reload and import in and clear all that stuff out for the sake of stability. It was a calculated measure for the sake of stability. That's all. That's all. And we're gonna give these guys back their weapons too. Them back their weapons, but you notice things are running a lot smoother now. It's because I cleared out that bloated cache and did a reload. Things are moving a lot smoother now. When we get to the final battle, I'll probably end up doing the same thing. I'll like get all the way there, and then I'll save and reload the game so everything is running at peak efficiency right before we launch the siege. I think that's probably the way that I'll end up doing it, just for the sake of making sure everything's nice and smooth. What does importing the game do again? I've never had to do it before. It effectively rebuilds the world, and clears out any, like, it helps clear out jank and stuff by doing so. It effectively like recreates the world, and it clears off like bad code and stuff. But you can use it to when you add like new things to the game files to prevent conflicts, because by rebuilding the world you effectively like can get out of the way of conflicts, and it fixes nav mesh and all that stuff as well. So most problems can be fixed by importing by you guys are outside the wall. Okay, a lot of issues can be fixed with importing. Conflicts are fixed by importing, and a lot of other issues are fixed just by reloading. So those are the two things. Those are the two things. All right, what are we missing from here? Electrical components. We need to get working on that. The shoe. Let's get in here. Where's the king at? Right here. Open the door of a shoe. God damn it! What are you doing, man? Open the door. Go inside. There we go. There you go, you buffoon. I swear. King is a buffoon sometimes. We need some electrical components. So importing is like fresh building a save. Yeah, kind of. Here, do you know Paul Rogers by any chance? I watch his zone building videos. They're useful. I do not, but I will check him out, and I may end up reaching out to him. I'm trying to create a network of Kenshi content creators so that way we can all work together and chat together and all that kind of stuff. Feed off of each other, all that good stuff. So I'll check him out, and I may end up reaching out for see if they're interested, depending. I'm always down, always down. How are we doing on the weapon creation side of things? Hammett, how are we doing? What's the status? We got more weapons? Yes, we do. Jamil's got one. All right, Sheen, you need to go trade with Hammett and get your axe. You want me sharing one of the videos here? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, my guy. Absolutely. If anybody wants to check him out, go check him out. Send him, tell him Hero in his head sent you. I'm always down for the promotion of other Kenshi creators. Obviously, so long as like they're decent people. But I trust you, Valkus. I trust you. I don't think you'd lead me astray. Nice. Yeah. Oh man, look at us sitting at 80 people. It's so weird how 80 people 2 weeks ago was our all-time high, and now that's like what my streams average at, between 70 and 80 people. That's my average number. It went from my all-time high to average, which is crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Wild work. That's what that is. Wild work. All right, we're gonna put a pause on I think plate beating for now. I think we're gonna take a stop on the plate beating for now. We've got a good number of plates. I'm pretty sure we're all set on those. Yeah, we're good for that for right now. So I think we should be fine. We can take a pause on the plate beating. My main thing right now is getting more cotton, which we're gonna upgrade these as well again. Woo! Getting more cotton and getting getting more turrets and stuff built. It's more electrical components, more turrets built. Because once we have more turrets built, we can... hell yeah, there's another one right there. All right, so I'm actually going to take Vigo off of turrets. You're no longer a turret guard. Go do something else. Do something different with your life, Vigo. You're a turret guard now. And you're a turret guard now. And once this turret is done, which it should be very, very soon, we'll have 4 turret guards, and it's going to be badass. It's going to be the baddest of asses. And to upgrade, we need just copper and iron plates. Hell yeah, dude. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Good stuff. Good stuff. So yeah, everyone pop on over. Check out this Paul fella. Tell him Hero sent you. Tell him I said sup. It's funny. That's funny. What are we doing here? Oh yeah, these guys all have good inventories, which means we can upgrade some more of our fields so we can produce even more cotton, which means we can produce even more fabric, which means we can produce even more armor and weapons. Because right now, those are 2 of the things that are halting our production the most. Is we're just moving too slow with production. We need more iron plates. Well, most of the iron plates are going to the steel bars. That's what's slowing us down. I see, says the blind man. Okay, so we need to stop production of this stuff right now. We're going to power this down. We need to build up a surplus of iron plates. Are there any female Kenshi players? Because Hero's trying to do a voice Kenshi mini-series, and I think a girl character would be a good POV for the Flots and Min. I mean, there are. I can tell you that the vast majority of my audience is dudes. I think there's like 4%, unfortunately, that are girls, but there are female Kenshi players. I've seen them. They're real. They exist. I've seen them. I figured my thought process, because there is actually in the pilot episode of the miniseries that I'm working on, there is a female Shek, and my thought was that I was going to try and find a female voice actor to do it in the Kenshi community, and if I can't, then I was going to go on Fiverr for it and hire a voice actor on Fiverr to do it. It's only a couple of voice lines. I think it's like 3 or 4 voice lines, but you know, I'm going to need it. So in terms of male voices, I'm going to be putting out a thing on my channel, on my community page very, very soon with an email address for people to send, send their voice clips for. I'm going to post what the roles are, what I'm looking for, and then I'm going to, post an email for people to send some, send some clips too, so we can decide who's taking what, and then we can arrange things from there as well. And like how we're going to do it. So, if anyone is interested, I am going to be doing I'm making a Kenshi anthology series in the, like a machinima style, like red versus blue style anthology series taking place in Kenshi, built in the game engine. Dude, they can't even get near us. They can't even get near us. Maybe if we do an episode with Beep. So I'll tell you, the pilot episode has been written. It's an anthology, so every episode will have a different cast of characters. So it'll be like that. But the first episode, I'll tell you, I need a male Shek, a female Shek, a male Scorchlander, a male Greenlander, and a Hiver, and then I also need a skeleton. But I think I may end up doing the male Greenlander or the skeleton myself. Pato will probably end up doing the opposite one that I do, but I'm gonna need a male and female Shek, a male Scorchlander, and a male not a male, but and a Hiver. So I'm doing the pilot episode. I'm not going to spoil too much, although people that are in the Discord have already had the story spoiled for them. Dustin, you've seen it. I wrote a story a little while ago. It was it was like a one-off 6-page story about a group of tech hunters traversing Venge, and they break into an old Second Empire outpost, and in search of treasure, and they end up finding some other stuff along the way. So that's the pilot episode for the series. But again, I'm not gonna spoil too much more than that. So nice, our guys are getting outfitted good. Nice. So I'm really excited about it. I'm going to be starting production here very, very soon. I was working on getting the last of the stuff worked out for the podcast and whatnot before I can move on to the next project. But that is the next project, and I'm very hyped about it. Very, very hyped about it. So, what is the natural lifespan of hivers? Hard to say. Hard to say. How many Hive soldiers die because of the lack of helmets? A lot of Hive soldiers die because of the lack of helmets. But they're also easily replicable and replaceable, so it's I don't know if okay is the word, but it's okay-ish. This is the behold the corpse of the Fogman wrestling with its aggressor. My best David Attenborough impression. I mean, this is the corpse of a Fogman wrestling with its aggressor in the form of the Dawn Guard. It appears that the Fogman has come out victorious. Nope, the Dawn Guard came out victorious, and they're back down. Grapple game is real. They're going. They're really trying. Okay, all right. The Hiver keeps getting its the upper hand. It's gone from a ground game to a mid-air game. And oh god, every time I think the Dawn Guard wins, we're wrong. This is so funny. Dawn Guard's pinning him. Nope, no pin count. Funny. They're just out there wrestling with each other. It's good. Don't worry about it. It's good. Their corpses got clipped into each other is what happened, I think. All right. I'm actually going to have you haul to over here. I think this is the basket that I need you to haul to. This is an old, yeah, we're gonna have you haul over there first. You're gonna haul bread over there. That's where it goes. That's where the bread goes. Put the bread over there. Although we are producing a good amount of bread. Do we even have any wheat straw saved now? Because we use it almost immediately after harvest. We don't save any of it. It's funny. How do hivers get their jobs? Specifically, the traveling traders. Do you think the caste system? They have a caste system, or do they get assigned to do some competition to get a role? No, I think they just what is it? The princes are designed to be delegates. They go around, they manage things. They're the traders. They're the talkers. Like they're meant to be charismatic and mercantile for the Western hive, anyway. The Southern hive is a bit different, but the Western hive, the ones that are intelligent, are the the ones that are intelligent and have the highest degree of sentience while still in the hive would be that of the hive princes, and then the soldier drones are just soldier drones. I imagine the ones that travel are literally born for that role. Like everything is put in born for that role. I imagine they have a society that is very similar to like. This is probably a weird, an interesting comparison given that it's the Hivers, but like I imagine they have a society that's very similar to the Kunari, or at least the original Kunari in Dragon Age, because they kind of fucked the Kunari along with Tevinter in later versions of the games in the lore, but we're not going to get into that too much. Where like you were born to do a job, and that was your job. The baker was called baker, and they were born to be a baker. That was their job. And they did that for forever. Like they didn't question who they were. There was no questioning about what they were, or coming up with a career, or deciding what they wanted to do. They didn't even get names. Sten in the original Dragon Age was not his name. It's a title, the military title. He was born to be Sten, and he will always be Sten. And I imagine the High-Res is a very similar thing. That reminds me, I had a thought about your faction video on freedom of movement in the Hive. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Secure roads are irrelevant because if the queen decides you have to move, you're going with a guarded caravan. That is correct. That is correct. But that's again. I think that's based on the hypothetical that if the queen decides to move. When I made my decision on where freedom of movement and secure roads and all that stuff come into play, it was the ability to move throughout the territory protected for the citizens in general, regardless of the reasoning. It was the ability to move throughout in a case of freedom, not under specific circumstance. So, I believe I gave them a passing grade because they do have protection, but I also think that it was kind of irrelevant to them as a whole because they don't have an infrastructure set up around like that kind of thing. So it was kind of irrelevant. So it was almost like an NA, but I think I gave it to them a passing grade for it anyway. It's been a while since I made that video. But when I did it under the pretense that if you live inside that society and you decide to move throughout that society, if you want to travel from one hive to the next, the princes get protection, but do the drones? We don't know. You know, do the soldiers? We how does that work? And not only was it do they have freedom of movement and the ability to move or go or leave the town, but also it's what kind of threats do they face. So like I gave the Shek a bad grade because they have Kral's Chosen, Band of Bones, Berserkers, Starving Bandits, Dust Bandits, and all manner of looting and riots, and their borders are not secure. They don't have really secure borders. The United City has some issues with peasant revolts. They have issues with bandits, skimmers. They have issues with slave trades. Like you're not really free to move from town to town. There is a large risk. Whereas in the Holy Nation, you have starving bandits and dust bandits, and that's kind of the biggest issue that they have. And like it is still a difficult journey to move, but the borders are a lot more secure for the Holy Nation in terms of freedom of movement. The Hive, well, they are like tight knit. They operate in a hive mind. If they move, they're going to go with guards and all that stuff. The ability to move freely throughout their territory is difficult because oftentimes they have a lot of local fauna like gorillas and beak things, and depending on where they are, they have a lot of other things that are, especially if you look in Vane where like the Western Hive is based, because it was primarily the Western Hive I was talking about. Moving throughout their territory is incredibly difficult sometimes because of the local fauna. It's not controlled. It's very unsafe. Do the Shek actually build their cities or conquer them? They don't build anything. They have no sense of infrastructure. They think craftsmanship is beneath them, and they are a raiding culture that only occupies existing cities. That's actually why most of their buildings are dilapidated right now, because they're not going to rebuild them. They don't believe in building infrastructure. They believe in conquering and repurposing infrastructure that exists already. They don't farm. They don't farm. They don't have infrastructure. They barely believe in trade. They're only participating in it right now for the sake of rebuilding their armed forces. They're purely a raiding culture. Purely a raiding culture. They're basically like the closest equivalent to them would be like Caesar's Legion in Fallout New Vegas. They're a raiding culture that is entirely dependent on having enemies nearby to sustain them. Yeah, they're basically Mandalorians. Although Mandalorians are capable of being self-sufficient. They're a warrior culture, but at least they have a degree of self-sufficiency, So, yeah. Who did they take their cities from? Seems like the UC, I don't know. It could have been the United Cities, or it could have been old infrastructure left over from the previous empire. A lot of the... I mean, it could have been the United Cities. I think it's more likely that it was old infrastructure left over from the Second Empire. Especially when you look at like the Sten Desert. The Sten Desert is primarily like a ruined city or a junkyard. If you have your textures set to maximum, or even if you have them set to high, but it's easier to see if you have them set to maximum, the ground textures in the Sten Desert are actually large chunks of concrete and rebar. It's not even like rocks and rubble, it's rebar. The whole place looked like it was basically a dumping ground for construction material and shit like that. So, There's a question. Do you think the Holy Nation lands are naturally free of most crazy wildlife, or did they wipe them out and just can't finish off the wolves, raptors for whatever reason? I think it is a combination of the two. I think that so a lot of the fertile lands for the Holy Nation currently. Let's look at the map. Let's pull up the map. Okay, so during the Second Empire, this land was entirely underwater. That's why it's green now because it absorbed the nutrients from the water flowing up from the swamp. So this whole area was actually a giant lake. Blister Hill was more of a port city, was a like a lakeside city. Bad Teeth was a port city. And a lot of this area was probably a little bit more fertile than this is now. This area probably had a decent number of animals that were living there. I imagine the Holy Nation ended up killing, hunting, and farming most of them out. And then as things have receded, this has become less of an area that people are willing to settle in, like animals are willing to settle in, except for like bone dogs and stuff like that, because they can live in most any terrain. Raptors live down here. They're damaging the crops, but I imagine raptors reproduce rapidly. It's kind of a play on raptors' rapid reproduction. So I think it's a combination of the two. I think it's a combination of the lands have less fauna because they've hunted down a lot of them, and the ones that have not been hunted down are either tough, persistent, or rapidly reproducing. Are Beak Things creative or are they natives to Kenshi? I don't have a definitive answer. I think that the vast majority of the fauna on Kenshi, with the exclusion of Leviathans and probably Garu, are created in some capacity. There's a lot of evidence to support the idea that most, if not all, of the fauna on Kenshi, except or of like the animals and stuff on Kenshi, besides those two, were created. Beak Things, well, looking very unnatural from a front view and from a side profile, I find it very disturbing and interesting that when you look at a beak thing top down and you look at their head top down, it looks like a human skin, like a human face with the mouth stretched open and the beak is coming out of the mouth. And it looks like it was stretched over a skull that doesn't fit, which I find horrifying, especially when you look at their color too. They have a very skin-like color. Um, not a fan. So while I don't have a definitive answer, I'm leaning towards, just because of everything else that happens on Kenshi, the higher prospect of it them being created in some capacity, but I don't think I have a full working theory as to what the story behind that is. In old versions of Kenshi, raptors were hostile. I think they made them passive because they kept overrunning towns in the swamplands. Probably. Probably. They're fucking... Oh, God, they're so obnoxious. They're so obnoxious. You... Close you, lock you. I gotta actually close this too, don't I? Yeah. All right, we're gonna lock those. They are not open to the public. You guys are not allowed in those buildings. That is where our turrets are, and they're gonna They're gonna stay up here, and we're gonna test these turrets out against the triangle bandits that are on their way. And I'm very excited about it. They're gonna absolutely wreck the shit out of them. It's gonna be a good time. All right. All right. So food's no longer an issue. We've got that. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things of what they could be spliced with. It's hard to say. The beak things are one of those things where I've been more hesitant to like put together a proper theory on, because we have so little to go on. Like the skin spiders, the bone dogs, the pack bulls. I can create a pretty good theory behind all of them, and I feel like I did. I've created good theories and thoughts behind how they function, where they come from, what their origins are, and all of that stuff. Beak things are so interesting because they have that seemingly human aspect to them. Oh, sorry. We are in the Fog Islands. We're right here. They have that human aspect to them when you look down from the top down, where it looks like human flesh stretched over a skull that doesn't fit. And that's horrifying, but they also look kind of alien at in the same regard. But I don't know. There's too much. It's difficult for me to come up with a clear cut story for them, and so I've tried to kind of avoid doing so. They look like Rontos. I don't think I'm familiar with what a Ronto is. Also, guys, we're sitting at 90 people in the stream. Badass. Hello, everybody. I hope you guys are enjoying listening to me prattle on about lore and raise up my dwarven army. Did Tin Fist and Catlon fight alongside each other at all, or are they sworn enemies? They were pals. There's actually quite a bit of evidence to suggest that they founded the Second Empire together. And there's actually probably the basis for Tin Fist's hatred of slavers started as a hatred of slavery and a way him trying to reconcile and fix the mistakes that happened during the second incidents that happened during the Second Empire, where Catelyn started effectively enslaving the humans, and he walked and enthralling the other skeletons and stuff like that. And Tin Fist walked away, and I think he spent the better part of 1,000 years trying to make up for that. I think he spent some time as a pacifist, realizing that his skill in battle and whatnot had not saved anyone, and had in fact led to further repression and further issues for humanity and for the people of Kenshi. And then eventually he broke that vow of pacifism and attempted to right the wrongs of the past once again. But unfortunately now he's kind of gone batshit insane due to refusal to reset. And in a way, he's no better than Catelyn now. He succumbed to the same enemy that he walked away from all those years ago. Kind of sad. Kind of sad. I hadn't heard you prattle today. Yesterday was prattling. Today is pretty tame. That's because yesterday you guys got me talking about theoretical physics and all that stuff, and so that one was prattling. Yeah, that one was prattling. This one's a bit more based in reality, a bit more based in Kenshi's reality. Yeah, yesterday you guys had me talking about physics and shit. Got me in the Kenshi feels. Listen, every story, anytime, I'm gonna let you guys know ahead of time. Anytime you guys ask me for a story about the skeletons, it's gonna make you sad. It's gonna make you sad. Their existence sucks. Their whole existence sucks. Everything about it sucks. Their story sucks. Their existence sucks. It sucks to be a skeleton. It's not a good time. It's not a good time. I wouldn't recommend it. I would not recommend it. You guys asked me to talk about the skeletons. You guys are going to be sad about it. I think Vati would say prepare to cry. I think that would be the wording he would use. It's not a good time. It is not a good time. I think we need... Skeletons are always crying, literally. Was his name Pacifist before Tidfist? Maybe. Maybe. Oh, no, Hammett's the right one. Hammett, why did she... Oh, we don't have steel bars. Right. Right. Does the Armor King have CPU bloat? Yeah, oh yeah. Any skeleton that has stats that are in the 80s, 90s, anything like that, their CPUs are bloated right to hell. That's why they're insane. That's why the Armor King's literally insane. That's why he's insane. He's enigmatic, like he's less like violent, but he still has obsessive compulsive behavior. He still has emotional instability. He's still insane. He's just a different kind of insane, but he's still insane. And it's because he's refused to reset. Because if he does, he'll lose the things that make him him. They'll lose the things that make him, an effective shopkeeper, an effective smith, an effective merchant, all that stuff. I've used this comparison a few times, but if anyone's familiar with Doctor Who, when the Doctor regenerates, the 10th Doctor in particular, David Tennant, there's a conversation he has with Wilfred Mott towards the end of his run as the 10th Doctor. And he asked him, he was talking about regeneration because Wilfred was like, you can always regenerate, right? You can just come back. You'll be good as new. And David Tennant's doctor is hesitant to do it. And he explains, he says, I don't want to do it because even if I'm still here, it feels like dying. Everything that I am, every thought, every feeling, everything that I am dies. And some new man with my name goes sauntering away, but I'm dead. And that's what a reset is to the skeletons. They lose their emotions, their personality, their very identity. They have the memories of the person they used to be, but they have none of the ability to understand or empathize with it anymore. They're effectively a new person. It's like committing suicide over and over and over and over again. They have to do it, or else they lose themselves. They go insane. And so they're constantly forced to choose between sanity and identity. It's devastating. Devastating. Would I choose to wipe my stats and skills or deal with CPU burnout? That's tough. It's tough. On one hand, I get to maintain some semblance of sanity in the long term, but I think that risking losing who I am every time would be it's the equivalent of death. It's basically like choosing repeated death or long-term identity, long-term loss of identity. Uh, there is no upside. There is no out. You know, it's a sad existence. I don't know what I would choose. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Now I want to make a mod that if the Phoenix dies, there's a bright light and a new Phoenix is standing there wearing a different outfit. Literally, do it. Those triangle bandits here yet? Come on, I'm waiting for them to show up so I can test out my my new archers, my new turrets. I got 4 turrets up there, and I want to see them just go fucking wild. It's hard to push the button, but you lose yourself either way. Yeah, I think the skeletons that choose not to reset, because the vast majority of them do reset. The ones that don't are the ones that have they have a very clear and intense reason not to. They have something to hang on to. They have something that it's ego, and they have an intense reason not to. Catlon did not reset because if he did, he would lose the things that helped him become the hero of the skeletons, the second savior of humanity, that helped him build an empire that was designed to save humanity. And he effectively rallied the skeletons and tried to make up for the wrongs of the past. He was a hero. He was a great hero. He was a warrior, a charismatic leader. And imagine spending hundreds of years being propped up and praised as this great savior, this pinnacle, this paragon amongst the skeleton kind, and knowing that there is a finite end where you're going to not just lose that, but you're going to still be here to witness the aftermath of you losing it. And what if he never regains that? What if he resets, loses that personality, loses those skills, and he's never able to build them back up again? He's forever living in the shadow of himself. That sucks. That's a devastating life. That's a devastating idea. And so he made the choice not to, because he raised this empire. He saved these people. His ego. And he was afraid of losing the things. He had been propped up so high on a pedestal that he didn't know how to deal with the inevitable fall. It's like what happens to kids in Hollywood. He was propped up as kids in Hollywood that end up getting tossed to the side later on as an adult, right? He was propped up as the next big thing, the guy. He was the guy. He was the one. Everyone was looking to him, and then as soon as he started to lapse, he knew that he was going to end up getting tossed to the side. So he kept doing the things that would help him secure that position, and unfortunately, he went insane for it. Tin Fist, it's the same thing. He has to be this strong. He has to be strong. He has to maintain who he is, because if he doesn't, who's going to fight the slavers? And unfortunately, now that decision to maintain his stats and not reset has cost him his mission as the whole. It's ironic too that in doing so, they end up losing the very thing that is the reason they refuse to reset more often than not. Catlon did it because he didn't want to lose his empire, and he ended up losing his empire. Tin Fist hasn't reset because he wants. Who else is going to save the slaves? Well, joke's on us. Now he has no interest in saving slaves. He's more interested in killing slavers. Like all of these things. It's just a shitty existence. It's just really not good. It's really just not good. They're coming. They're coming. They're coming. They're cooking something up. Let's see how many of them actually get through the gate. Now that we've got 4 harpoons on them. Let's see how many of them actually get through. Yeah, it's just a really shitty existence. It's really not good. I wouldn't recommend it. Can't say I'd recommend it. Anything that has to do with the skeletons and the reset process is sad. It's always funny because I feel like every issue with the skeletons seems sad. Is 105 the new record? No, 123 would be the new record, but we are getting very, very close, guys. We're getting very, very close. 123 would be the new record, where we've hit 120, 122 the other day. 122 for a brief second, but we hovered at 120 for like almost an hour and a half. Big new record to beat. Big new record to beat. Where are these goddamn triangle bandits? Hey, welcome, comrade, welcome. There they are. Okay, now they're coming. Do you have a favorite dialogue or quote from the game? I'd have to think about that. I like there's the classic skeletons are always crying. I enjoy that one. Catlon's speech is really really good. I think that one was expertly written. I think unironically, I know that it's kind of a meme. One of my favorite lines is Beep when he wins a good fight and he's like, Beep is the strongest. Beep is in charge. There will be changes. Like, I don't know why the idea of this little fucking cinnamon bun that is Beep being like, there will be changes is so fucking funny to me. So funny. I love everything about it. Anything that comes out of that boy's mouth is top tier. Top tier. We're just gonna watch our turrets just pick them off. Yeah, good times. Good times, good times. Fast forward, see how this goes. Beep discovering women is funny. Beep discovering women is really funny. Keep saying, sir, I would never take your piss is what takes me. So, a really funny thing about that line, I misread it the first time. And obviously, like it's a British thing, you know, like take or like a European thing. You're taking the piss. Like, are you fucking with me, right? Like, are you joking? When I read it the first time, I thought that it said that Beep was like literally pissing himself, and I started dying at that. I ended up like the second time realizing that's not what he said. But I remember the first time I heard it, I thought the line was it was implying that Beep was actually pissing himself because I had misread it. So I thought that he literally walked up to you, was like, Beep, I want to join you, Beep, and then he just pees himself out of fear. And for some reason, that made me laugh even harder. Um, yeah, totally misheard that. Totally misheard that. Beep for president. Beep starts pissing. Yeah, he just starts pissing himself. Okay, so they didn't even make it through the gate. They didn't even actually make it through the gate. Full force of triangle bandits. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. We are secure. I think we're probably the most secure we've ever been in terms of the dwarven borders. Most secure we've ever been. Most most good. Most good. Um man. Doing an armor production. We're doing. Anyone else need a shield? I think we're getting near the point where we need more shields. You have a shield. You have a backpack, and you need a shield. You have a backpack, but you need a shield. Cyber Beep's dialogue is really good too. Everything Beep says is great. Chris knocked it out of the park with Beep. Such a great character in general. Such a great fucking character. And then we need someone else. I think obviously you're gonna need a shield now. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone gets a shield. Yeah, you got a nice long cleaver. Nice. Anything with Beep is just top tier. Just toppest of tiers. Chain shirt in here yet? No, I think that's what you're making in here, right? Yeah, gauntlets. Okay. We're making gauntlets right now. Unfortunately, the armor for the Legion takes some time to make, but it'll be worth it when we have a new army absolutely decked out in Legion gear. Look at them; they already look badass. They're getting there. They're getting there. They are getting there. How is Beep doing on his training? He needs to train some more. Beep needs to train some more. His weapon size, he's wielding a pretty hefty weapon. I mean, he's not strong enough to wield it for sure, the foreign greatsword. But I'm doing it because it's Beep and it's hilarious. I should probably get his limbs chopped off at some point, but shame we'll never get Cyber Zeep. Having 250 HP on limbs and 50 in vitals would have been a constant nail biter. Literally. It would have been fine if I'd been able to get good armor for him, you know? What's my favorite lesser known mod? Ooh, that is a tough one. Ooh. Favorite lesser known mob. The statue of Beep. Beep statue. Clearly. No, I don't know. I don't know. That's tough. That is tough. Let's can I take a look at my mods here? What do we got? Lesser known mod. We want lesser known. What we got? Burial sites. I really like burial sites. That's a really good one. Really big fan of burial sites. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I do like burial sites. I enjoy the burial sites mod. So for instance, we had named after one of our channel members, Cosmic Yak. Cosmic had a character that was turned, and then they died almost immediately. They were eaten by beak things outside of Catan, and we dropped a burial site for him and created the Tomb of Cosmic Yak as to pay homage to him. So I like the burial sites mod. It's good for roleplay. You have a character that dies, you can just drop a burial site for him, and all is well. All is well. I wish the burial sites were nameable, like actually on them. I mean, like it basically it creates an outpost, a small outpost, and you just name the outpost. Like it's nameable on the map. I do wish you could see the name on them, like in the on the thing, if that's what you mean. Yeah, that'd be cool. I wish the Great Desert was bigger. It looks cool, but it's barely big enough to warrant an introduction. Yeah, I wish that the Burning Forest was bigger. It's a really cool concept. I think the idea of the Burning Forest is a really cool concept, and it's just not very big. Just not very big. Yeah. What other areas do I wish could be bigger? I kind of feel that same way about the Shrieking Forest too. Shrieking Forest is really small. It's not very big at all. Could be better. Could be better. Could be bigger. Could be bigger and better. Yeah. Yep. Okay. We are working on production right now, and things are going well. Things are going very, very good. We got to get all of our dwarves outfitted. We also have to do some recruitment as well, and I need some money. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out some of these golems on a training run. And I'm going to do so with Kenshi because I need I can get money for doing that. So we're going to take King Vishu because he'll be totally fine. And we're going to go out and train on some Fogmen. The gut is tiny, but I don't want the gut to be bigger because it'd be horrifying. Truly horrifying. I wish Purple Sands was bigger. Similar reason. Looks cool, but not much to be seen or done there. Yeah. Berserker Country, I think, looks really cool aesthetically. It's got a very unique look. Not many people are out there, but there's not much of anything to do out there, but like it's got a really fucking cool aesthetic to it. Really interesting aesthetic. Is that a holy? It is a holy servant. That's funny. We'll train up on you guys. I need to get new frames for my goal for this golem here. Need to new frame. This frame sucks. You got bad frames, friend. You got bad frames. What's the lore behind Bass? When exploring it, I noticed all the buildings are raised to the ground. Bass was the bread basket for the United Cities. It was a series of towns that had multiple nobles, and the Holy Nation marched in with an army unannounced for no particular reason, and they burned all the cities to the ground. They killed all of the nobles by burning them at the stake, and then dragged their families off to Rebirth to be enslaved. And that's why there's a civil war, like not a civil war. That's why there's a war actively happening in Bast between the Holy Nation and the United Cities. And then the cannibals are unironically profiting from it as well, getting them foods. Fog Prince, we're gonna come collect that head. Give me your dome. I know that it's kind of impractical, but base and obedience would be cool for a mad scientist layer. I've seen bases built in obedience. Actually, it's on my list. I have currently I'm gonna do a base building video in obedience. I'm gonna be doing one by Stobe, by like his corpse. I'm gonna be doing one in the burning forest, and then I have the goal to do one in Wend as well. I have a couple of base building videos coming up where I'm going to be building in some pretty interesting areas, and obedience is one of them. Give me your head. Golems, you guys get over here. You're supposed to be the ones training. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Vashu's here mostly to collect the heads. And repair the golems. He's also here for repairing the golems, because they're going to need to be repaired. Is a base and cheaters run viable? I don't know. I've never tried it. There's a lot of really aggressive enemies down there that I wouldn't want to fuck with, but I've never tried it. I think you're going to have issues with the Southern Hive. They're going to attack you, and I think this whole playthrough stands as a testament as to why you should avoid that at all costs. Granted, my Southern Hive is a little bit harder than most because I have the Southern Hive expansion mod on, but yeah. Look at all the silly fog boys without helmets. I mean, they don't have helmets nor heads when I'm done with them. Helmets nor heads. We're actually going to pick up this Triangle Hunter and throw him on a pole. Not that pole. This pole. Yeah, and we find that the king spawn is a juggernaut. Don't say that. Don't say those things. Their heads would be harder to take if they wore helmets. I don't know if they'd be harder to take, per se. They'd probably be harder to kill. But taking the heads, that's the easy part. They're on the ground, unconscious. I come up with my kukri, and I chop it off, you know? Take all the heads. All the heads. Is there another Fog Prince over here? Or Praetorian, mayhaps? Nope, they're just reeing to nothing. The soft, decadent ree of nothing. Can Vishu's physique be altered by vanilla sliders, or is there a mod required? Seeing him makes me remember my BG3 barb in the Dwagar rum. Yeah, you know, all of my dwarves are made in vanilla, so basically I set their height to between 85 and between 84 and 87, and then I put their frame at like 115, and that's how I make all of the dwarves. They're literally just short Greenlanders and Scorchlanders. So my boy's physique can in fact be is obtainable. He's got a very realistic, obtainable physique. What do we have going on up here? A Fogman worth hunting. There's a prince over here and a Praetorian. Hell yeah. Beat that prince's ass. He's dead. Take the head because that's what we're here for. And I'm going to take that Praetorian row as well. Whoa. All men under 5'6" should be dwarf maxing. Embrace your density. That's literally what I'm saying. That's the whole point. We're dwarf maxing. That's what it is. That's what it is. Okay, short kings. That's all. They're short kings. Okay. all for you, Short Kings. All for you. All right, we need to repair ourselves. So I'm actually going to pop on over here and repair up some of our dudes. I need to bring... we need to head over to Mongrel at some point here so I can get some better armor for these two golems here, because right now their frames are shit, which is partly why they are doing mediocre in combat. Their frames are really crap. And they need to, like, age, because they age and have stat multipliers as a result of the aging, but their frames are shit, so we got to get that fixed. So we're going to put them on passive, hold, and block, and we're going to go head up to the Mongrel. We've got plenty of heads to sell, too, so we should be able to get over there and make money without too much of an issue. And then hopefully I'm going to leave the golems actually outside of Mongrel so they don't cause an issue with any of the local mercenary guilds, because I have a tendency to get in fights with mercenaries. They attack me on sight if I'm not careful, so I always got to be extra cautious when going into towns where there are mercenaries and tech hunters, because they will on occasion start a fight with me because my relations with them are at negative 100. And yeah, gotta be careful. Gotta be careful with that shit. Kenshi's just slapping him. Just slapping him. Absolutely diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. Didn't stand a chance. So we're gonna get to just outside Mongrel. And then I'm gonna have Vishu go in by himself to sell stuff and grab some better frames for these guys. Yeah, 109 people. We're working our way up, guys. Is today the day? Are we going to break the record again? Are we going to break that 120, that 122? Mayhaps, mayhaps. 110. It's just continuing to climb. It's really funny how my what is it? My record for a long time was like 60 people. And then we hit 80 one time. We hit 78 people one time, 79 being the new record. And that was where it was for a while, quite a while. And then we hit 120 the other day, and now 80 seems to be like the standard. And it's cool to see like the standard number for the streams going up. It's really cool to see. I think the shorts are helping. I cut a lot of shorts out of my streams and posts, and that's where almost all of my shorts recently come from. I think they've been helping quite a bit with engagement. Quite a bit. Hmm. All right, we're gonna get over here. Yeah, a lot of people have been telling me that recently in the channel, is that like the shorts are where everyone's they saw the shorts, and then they saw that I was live and hopped in to join the live, which is awesome, really cool. I'm glad they're working out. Because the more people are here, the more questions I get, the more shorts I can make, because I get more questions and I can make more shorts on them. It's funny. It's all cyclical. It's a system. It's a big circular system. All right, so my 2 frames restored. Where are the combat bonuses on these? No combat bonus on these ones, but they do have combat bonuses on this one. So yeah, we're mostly going for combat bots here. I'm not going for non-combat stuff. I've known about your long-form content for a long time, but the algorithm never showed me your streams until recently. Yeah, I only started streaming again recently. I started streaming at the beginning of December. So I streamed a bit before that, but I hated it because I was using a bad software and I just kept having issues and all that other stuff. So, but I started streaming again back at the beginning of December. And here we go. How did Beep go wrong? Was he dropped on his head? No, he's just a defect. He just has a defect. You know, something went wrong, and he was defective. He beeped for whatever reason. It could have just been a natural quirk. He could have some kind of just weird defect or something that went wrong with him. He's also smaller, so like it could just be like the byproduct of maybe like he was the organic material that was used to create him. Maybe there wasn't enough, and he was, you know, kind of like the runt of the litter. And as a byproduct of that, he had some defects. Some things were wrong with him, and they kicked him out because the hive mind requires absolute synchronicity, and he was not synchronizing with the hive. And You know, that was nothing went wrong with Beep. He's just a little special and unique. That's all. Have I ever done a video on the animals of Kenshi? I have not. I have not. I plan on it eventually. I have a video planned for all of the unique NPCs on Kenshi, or the unique recruits on Kenshi. A video planned for a couple of other theories that I'm doing. I have 3 more base building videos planned. I have the first episode of my anthology planned. The pilot episode of the podcast with Pato planned. I've got a lot of different shit that I'm working on. The animals is one of them. It is, in fact, one of them. I'm just not there yet. Soon, though. Soon. Soon. Okay, well, this isn't going to do any good to our combat stats. Not this frame. We do have 1 frame that we can use on them, which is good. So we're going to give that to the one that is currently using the dilapidated broken frame. I think it's this one right here. Yeah. So we're going to give this frame to him. Trade. Because the other guy at least has weapons of some kind. He at least has a usable frame. There we go. All right, so now we've got some more build up. Your personal top 5 favorite companions and recruits. We've got Beep. We've got Griffin. I don't mind Shrike. I'm not actually a huge fan of Crumble John or Infinite Wing Wang. I like them, but I'm not like I don't stand for them. People really freak out about them. I don't know what it is. So I like Ruka. I like Beep. I like Agnew. I like I like Bard, and I like Griffin. I would say those are my my preferential recruits. I'd say those are the ones that I enjoy the most. Let's see if there's any recruits in here that I want to grab. Any recruits in here? Oh, speaking of Infinite Wing Wang. Speaking of the man himself. Grab him. Thought you were someone else. Right, how much? 10, 100,000? I'll give you 4. 5? 5,000. Woo. All right, so now we got to make him a short boy, though, because he is a dwarf. So we're going to put him at 85. We're going to make his frame a nice 116. Thick boy. And I am going to give him a beard because he is a dwarf and he needs a beard. He needs a beard. He wouldn't be a dwarf if he wasn't a beard. I actually, I think I like Sadneil and I like Burn, but I don't think they'd make my top 5. I don't think they would make my top 5. That's metal as hell. That's metal as hell. Yeah, that's metal as hell. Badass. Infinite Wing Wang has never looked better. That beard suits him disturbingly well. Disturbingly well. Half of infinity is in fact still infinity. You are correct. You are correct. How are we doing in here? Again, we got to be careful. Shrike's in here, but we actually can't recruit Shrike because we are wanted by the tech hunters. We have a higher chance of her attacking us on sight, so we got to be careful about that. I don't think there's anybody else in here we can recruit, or that's even worth recruiting. Let's go get some materials that we can bring back for us back to the base, though. Copper and whatnot. Yeah. Trade. All right. Electrical components. No, we'll just get copper. We'll just get a shit ton of copper. Shit ton of copper. All right, cool. Cool. Gonna head back to base. Shopping trip successful. Successful shopping trip indeed. We off. We managed to get a new frame for our one of our golems, and yeah, we're looking good. We're looking good. We are looking good, and that should help with his combat capabilities quite a bit too. My buddy John, one of his favorite companions is Dr. Chung. He's a big Dr. Chung fan. Big Dr. Chung fan. Kenshi, a world so dangerous, going to the store can get people killed. Literally, I pissed off the wrong factions, is what it was, and now as a result of that, going to the store is an easy way to die. Easy way to die. I've never recruited Wing Wang. Expected the haggling 100 to 5K to be a much bigger pain. Nah, he doesn't actually want 100K. He's starting out super duper high so he can get 5K. That's why he starts dancing when you offer him 5. He's trying to be cheeky. That's all. It's part of his ego. It's all part of his ego. He's just trying to be cheeky. If you were to dismiss a recruit in this playthrough, would they become instantly hostile since they revert to tech hunters? Almost definitely. Almost definitely. They would turn on me so damn quickly it wouldn't even be funny. The irony that by kicking them out of my faction, they would turn on me. It's actually kind of ironic. Kind of ironic. All right, we're back in the base. Things are good. I'm gonna drop Infinite Wing Wang on the ground, put him down. All right, so give me 30 seconds, guys. I'll be right back. I have to use the restroom so bad. I'll be right back. I returned. Okay. Let's see where we at now. Okay. We just got back. We got Infinite Wing Wang. We're going to get him outfitted as well. We do need to also start working on recruiting more dwarves. We've got more skeletons this run so far. We need to increase our number of dwarves as well. Because right now, again, when we fought the Southern Hive the first time, I'm just trying to compare the two. When we fought the Southern Hive the first time, we went in with 3 golems. Now we have 7 golems. Now we have 7 golems we're going to be bringing, and 4 constructs. They'll be on archer duty. We went in with 23 dwarves. We have 16 this time. And we went in with 4 armored gorillas, including Tiny. Now we have 14 animals, including a war dog. Used to be 2. One of them starved. Very sad about it. And armored bone dogs and gorillas. So we have 14 animals. So we are, in terms of like size, we are doing better than we were doing before in totality. But it's still nowhere near enough because I cannot express how absolutely wrecked we got last time. And the stats are nowhere near strong enough. We need to start forcibly recruiting some strong units. And I have a way that I'm thinking about doing it. I think a good way to forcibly recruit a bunch of strong units. This is going to be so fucked up. I don't know if this is a good idea, but I think we're going to do it. I think we should fight and kill the Holy Nation. Well, I mean, we're already hated by everyone else. What the hell's the difference? And I think that we can use the attacks that the Holy Nation, the Holy Nation sends people after us, we can use that as an opportunity to forcibly convert high-level Inquisitors and turn them into dwarves to fuel our ranks. Opinions, thoughts, ideas, good idea, bad idea? What do you guys think? Right now, the only real enemies that we have that attack us are triangle bandits, which I can deal with at any time. I just have to go back to the Dust King's Tower and deal with them there. Yeah, I'm leaning towards maybe going to war with the Holy Nation. They're right on our border, but I think honestly we could take them out pretty easy. We're in a good position to do it, and I think it's time for a night raid. I agree. I think it's time for a night raid. Okay, let's test our metal, guys. Let's test our metal. Here's what we're gonna do. Free training, it sounds like a win. I agree. So let's test our metal. We're going to get all of our golems and all of our animals together. We're going to get a shit ton of bread to go with us on the road. And we are going to go raid and attack the Holy Nation. We're going to raid and attack Stack. I think we're not going to bring all of our animals. I think we're going to leave some most of our animals behind for right now. I think the golems should be fine. I think for animals, I think we're going to bring Tiny, and we're going to bring our war dog. But I think that actually, you know, no, fuck it. We're bringing all of them. We're bringing them all. Bring them all. Bring them all. Bring them all. We need the combat training. We need the combat training. Bring them all. If we're defaulting to working with the Shack Holy Nation as a natural target, yeah, yeah. So we're gonna go attack the Holy Nation. I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go attack the Holy Nation. Yeah, we need to load up on bread. So everybody, hop on over here. Hop on over there. We're gonna go pick you up for a second because you're moving slow as hell. You down. And we need to load up on bread and whatnot for food to feed the army because we're moving a massive force right now, massive force. So we need to load up on food. So we're gonna just grab as much food as we can, throw that into our inventories, and go from there. Vishu, I'm gonna have you do the same thing. I'm gonna have you grab a bunch of bread. Same with you, Red. I think I'm just gonna have you load up on bread. Yeah, Red, load up on bread. Red bread. Okay. And we'll still be producing while we're gone because most of the people that are doing the producing are in our industrial camp. So we shouldn't have to worry about that. So we'll still be producing. Okay. We're doing something dangerous. We're doing something crazy. Let's end the stream right. We're going to go attack the Holy Nation. We're going to see how this goes. I hope you guys are ready to do something crazy. Speaking of the Holy Nation. There they are. Is that the Holy Nation? No, slave traders. Okay, well. Okay. This is about to be crazy. It's about to be crazy. I think this will be the largest town we've ever sieged. We attacked Katun, but that was more out of necessity than anything else. Our archers should be able to keep anybody out of the base. So doesn't matter if you can only see Tiny, literally. So for reference, let's look at our force here. I'd say this is a pretty intimidating force on the whole. It's not super large. It's probably about how many dwarves is this? It's like 40 something. It's 37 enemies, 37 NPCs. I mean, so it's a good sized force. Katana attacked us. Literally, they started it. That wasn't a siege. That was self-defense. They attacked us quite literally at our weakest moment, at our most vulnerable moment. They took advantage of our vulnerability, and they paid for it in blood. They paid for it in blood. This one is different, though. This is a calculated assault. We're going in there, and we're about to absolutely wreck some shit. This is a bit different. I think we're going to be fine, though. It's funny how I have very little worry about attacking the Holy Nation town like this. But the idea of attacking the Southern Hive again sends chills down my spine. Like, they're devastating, dude. I can't even... For those of you who were here for that, it was... devastating doesn't even begin to describe what it was. It was a complete and total loss. We barely put a dent in them. I think we knocked out they're two of their strongest units, a couple of the Praetorians, and the assistant to the queen. But like, it was in the middle of a battle we were losing. We lost outright, and we lost outright quickly. It was not good, not good. Episode 16, if anybody wants to go see that fucking defeat. I foresee you getting a new highest viewer count this weekend. I had a vision of it. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the Whole Nation Raid. Hell yeah, dude, that'd be awesome. I would love to get a new highest viewer count. Absolutely. Sundays are my non-Kenshi streams, so we'll see how it goes. I'm probably going to end up playing Vayne again. I think I'm leaning towards Vayne. Tomorrow, actually, is not a Kenshi stream. By request, I'm doing episode 2 of my Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough, so I'll be streaming Baldur's Gate tomorrow. Usually I do Kenshi streams Monday through Thursday, and then I do like a random like non-Kenshi game on Sunday. But I got requested to do Baldur's Gate tomorrow, so I am. Vayne was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with it. Actually, the shorts coming out this weekend are snippets from Vayne. So I release Kenshi shorts in a similar fashion. I release Kenshi shorts Monday through Friday, and then Saturday, Sunday, I'm going to be releasing shorts from games that are from like my non-Kenshi streams, just to kind of break things up a little bit, and that way I can spread out my my shorts for my live for Kenshi. But now we had a good time. We got like 7 of us together. We were playing Vayne. It was badass. Okay, are you guys ready? Because this shit's about to get wild. We're about to have some wild shit happen. Heretics! Here it comes. Here it comes. They've already started calling heretics. And the best part is we're going to beat the shit out of them. And then after we're done, we're going to kidnap all of their high-ranking officers and drag them back to our base, and we will make them ours. All right. Oh, we're not the heretics yet. It's the Triangle Bandits. That's funny. Little do they know. Little do they know. Hello, Holy Nation. Holy Sentinels, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Attack all. And I'm going to have Red, who is currently on passive hold and block. Let me take you off that. Need to make sure everybody's off hold, everybody's off passive, everybody's off block. Okay, so I'm going to have Red. I'm going to have King Vishu. And I'm going to have Ronk the Dragon. And Kenji head towards the Inquisitor. Yeah, head up towards the Inquisitor. I'm going to have the fight take place out here first. Get this fight rolling. But I'm going to have them head over there. Yeah, charge the turret gunners for sure. Here's what we're going to do with the turrets. We're going to send the bone dogs after the turrets. Send the bone dogs after the turrets. Have Grunt go up there and just start taking out the turrets. For sure. Grunt, you get up there and just start taking out the turrets. Combat has begun. I'm just going to let everybody run. Everybody's doing their thing. Nobody should be on block. Is everybody on block? Why is everybody... God damn it. I literally specifically went to take everyone off of block. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Don't you love this part? Watching me take everyone off of block. How invigorating. How fun. How fun. There we go. Okay. All right. Beep has been down. Not surprised by that. He is kind of weak at the moment, unfortunately. That's fine. We'll heal him up real fast and then let him just sit in a recovery coma. All right, Logic, you head to bed. Have a good night. The fighting has begun. How are our golems doing? Oh my god, what a mess. They're massacring. We have gotten some down people. It's mostly our bone dogs, our young bone dogs here. But that's fine. How's Valkus doing? He's crushing it. If I recall, he moves a bit slower right now because he has a good strength rating, but it's not quite enough to throw this thing around as fast as I'd like. But he's doing okay. Red is kind of backed into a corner. Red, you gotta get out of there. You're backed into a corner. Ronk the Dragon is unconscious. That sucks. Armored Gorillas are doing okay. How's Tiny doing? Zagan's doing okay. King Vishu is still up and running. He's got basically an impregnable defense. I'm not concerned about him in the slightest. Athena's killing it too. King Vishu's defense is almost impregnable against most enemies. The one weakness is his head is exposed, but that's okay. His defense makes up for it usually. Golems are quite literally the Holy Nation's worst nightmare. I think this thing's also the Holy Nation's worst nightmare. Look at this fucking monstrosity. Yeah, dude, Beep almost died. That was close. Beep almost died. That would've sucked. Sheen is down. Anders is down. Bigley's gonna go down soon. Margaret's... I'm not sure what Margaret's doing. Zubin is fighting hard. Our golems are killing it. Is that Bone Dog Alpha? It is a war dog. The war dog is what it is. Valkus is up here clearing the walls. Love that. Hell yeah. Okay, we're making progress. I'm gonna give you that. We're gonna be recruiting some of these Inquisitors for sure. Shoot, I mean, we're just going at it. Just going at it. This town is an absolute massacre. Look at this place. It's a bloodbath. Absolute bloodbath. My lord. Diabolical. Truly diabolical. This Inquisitor doesn't stand a fucking chance. We're putting him down. Against Red and Valkus? No, it doesn't stand a chance. We're going to take these Inquisitors and we're going to forcibly recruit them. The Dragon's in jail. Big shock on that. It does look like we do have a sizable force in here still that is actively, you know, engaging. And we still have High Inquisitor Seda here, who's going to be a problem. But I think for right now we're doing fine. Gonna make a new stream, put the blood in this city. Yeah. Okay, so we're taking on this random dude over here for no reason. Kind of a waste of time, but that's fine. That's fine, don't worry. The king's got something in mind, I'm sure. Take a second to heal yourself up, Red. Valkus, you're doing fine. He's moving a bit slower because of his weapon, but that's okay. That is okay. How are we doing in terms of everyone else? So our bone dogs are getting kind of fucked up. Our animals are definitely getting kind of messed up. But by and large, we're doing fine. We're doing good. How's Tiny doing? What's Tiny up to? I haven't actually looked at him. Tiny's barely taken any damage. Tiny's just living his best life. He's using these fucking Holy Nation Paladins as maracas. As maracas. Oh my god. What makes the grass grow, everybody? What makes the grass grow? It was a cool idea. Vishu is unconscious. That sucks. What's Red up to? Red is unconscious. That almost never happens. We got these paladins is what it is. Alright, Athena will take care of it. If she doesn't, Kenshi will. Jesus. Don't know if we can take the police station without stopping to rest. Yeah, I think we're going to need to heal up some of our guys before we can finish the siege, but I think that we can take the city to start and go from there. The only weapon that looks like it got dropped was Beep's foreign greatsword. Why is that? Because Beep got jailed, is what it is. So Beep is in jail currently. Ronk is in jail as well. Yeah. So a couple of our guys have gotten jailed, and there is still a sizable force with 4 Inquisitors in here, plus Seda. Yeah, we're gonna have to heal up a bit before we can go out and continue the fight. But I think that we can. Can I join the party? Hell yeah, Sheen, you can absolutely join the party. Take the halftime to rest. All right. Okay. So initial conflict went well. Initial conflict went very, very well. Dropped like a fucking sack. Now here's the real question. Where is? Well, no, we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait on that. My thought was that I could go and start recruiting these guys by strapping them into their own prisoner cages, but it's gonna be too much of a pain in the ass. Yeah, we'll put them down for now. I want Red to focus on injuries. Focus on healing up the injured. Our golems and Athena and them can hold the line. We need Vishu to wake up to heal up the golems and whatnot, and the armored gorillas. Although, yeah, this was devastating for them. I think the only person from the bar that I would have wanted to recruit was Griffin, and he died unfortunately. Sheen lost his weapon. They took his weapon, fuckers. They took his axe. A couple of random Holy Nation dudes walking around here with my axe. That is unacceptable behavior. That's what that shit is. Unacceptable. Who else lost their weapons? Anybody? I think I saw at least 2. Beep did, I know that. Vigo did. Vigo lost his weapon. Although I don't know if he actually had a weapon, so we're gonna take one off of the enemy. Good one I can take. That's a good one. Take that. Ego, jump on that. All right. Anybody else lose a weapon? I don't think so. I think we're fine now. All right. King Vishu is up. He's on medic duty. I need you healing Kenshi and whatnot, healing some of the robots. All right, we're gonna let it run on 3 times for a minute and just let it play out. This was a bloodbath, absolute fucking bloodbath. We absolutely devastated them. So we're just gonna keep beating them down. I don't think any of these guys are getting healed up. I don't think they're standing up. I think anytime they try to heal up, we're just gonna knock them right back down. I want as many of them dead as possible. All right, and now we're healing up. Now we're on recovery duty. I need everyone that doesn't have medical supplies to get on Kenshi. Kenshi should have some. Yeah, backup medical supplies. Nina, backup for you. Got it. Backup for you. Painted that town red indeed. That's what we did. That's what we did. It makes the grass grow. All right, so now we've got a lot of people that are on healing up. So. Athena, we're gonna have you heal up right now because you actually heal faster than most do, due to the fact that you're a juggernaut. Same with you, Valkus, and same with you. Got it. You guys will heal up quite much faster, which will be useful. And I need you specifically on robotics because once we can get these guys back up and running, that'll be fantastic. Yes. All in all, this was hella successful. Painted the town red, and almost all of them are dead. We didn't just knock them out; they're dead, which is honestly a feat. Honestly, a feat to have this many of them just dead outright is a feat. Ooh boy. What a win. We're gonna have everyone that's still awake congregate over here. Now we've got was it our bone dogs and our gorillas and all that stuff are downed. They're gonna take some time to get back up. So with that in mind, yeah, we should take our halftime. That's a feat. What's a hand? A hand's gonna be when we do the same thing on Blister Hill. We walk right in, butcher the entire town, take the Holy Lord Phoenix, strap him to a strap him into the Fog Islands on a pole, and watch the Fogmen have at him. Or we forcibly convert the Phoenix. I wonder if you can do that. I don't know if that's a viable stratagem, but how funny would it be to forcibly convert the Phoenix into a dwarf? Lucky for us, Seda here did not spawn as a Juggernaut. We lucked out on that regard, because there is a 10% chance he can. There's also a 10% chance that the Holy Lord Phoenix will spawn as a Juggernaut, so we have to be mindful of that as well. After we kill Seda and we raid the town, we're going to have to head back to base, because we are going to be facing retribution for this. It is not going to be good. Not going to be good. But that is okay. We'll face that retribution, and we'll do so with bells on our toes. How many do we have to kill? How many must we kill? Yeah, dude, they're so messed up. That's good. This is good. This is really good. This went even better than I thought. Now you guys can see, though, why I felt overzealous when we went to go fight the Southern Hive. Because, like, yeah, we just took a bit of a beating, but, like, we did it. We just sieged the town with a shit ton of enemies in it. And, you know, I got overzealous. I was like, yeah, we can do this. There's no way. We can totally do this. We can totally do this. We've got this, you know? I was wrong. We didn't have it. We didn't have it. Oh, Wing Wang is all the way back here still. Well, that's fucking stupid. Didn't realize that. Good to know. Okay, who do we have that can go pick that stuff up then? Wing Wang, you need to get out of here then, because if you're not actively participating in the battle, then you need to go somewhere else. Wing Wang. What are you doing, man? What are you doing? Alright. We need to get a couple of these Inquisitors picked up. Not necessarily... well, we have Rumble John, who's a Juggernaut. We'll keep him out. Margaret, you know, you're in decent shape to move. You got a damaged leg, but that's fine. So we'll kidnap you. And we're going to send you over here. You can recruit the Phoenix by first recruiting some expecting mothers in the Holy Nation and then killing him. You're not wrong. It's fucked up because you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That was out of pocket. Didn't see that shit coming. My God. What a response. I don't know what's more upsetting, that it's like the nature of the response itself, or the fact that you are in fact not wrong. You are not wrong. Anders, did you lose your weapon? You did, you absolute fucking silly goose. Pick that up. Oh, his arms are too fucked up to lift anything. Foreign greatsword. What are we looking at here? I wish I knew who took some of my weapons. Alright, well, his arms are fucked up. There's nothing he can do right now anyway. So, Margaret, you... I'm trying to find someone that I can have pick up this guy over here. I don't want to take anybody that has decent stats if I can avoid it, but looks like I'm not going to have a choice. Fine. I want to pick these Inquisitors up while I can, though. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to have Margaret here. Good old Margaret. Margaret. Head out over here. And we're going to have everyone but Margaret consolidate in here. Is this Bone Dog knocked out? You fucking fool. What did you do? Why did you do that? Get up. Nope, recovery coma. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. We go pick him up. Found a goat in chat. Yeah, literally. Literally. Who's attacking right now? Is it another Inquisitor? I feel like that's the only thing that could be actively putting up any kind of a fight right now. It's got to be an Inquisitor. All right. I think we're almost healed up enough to the point where we can like do stuff. So I'm gonna put everyone on hold. Have everyone consolidate. I think we've healed up all of our guys that are unconscious. Yeah, everyone's unconscious, but they're all healed, which is good. How is the king looking? I don't suppose we can rest now. They're private now. We can't rest in their beds. We're not good enough to rest in their beds. That's fine. That's fine. I didn't want to rest in their beds anyway. This golem, I think I need to... Yeah, I need to repair him. Get him up and moving. Nice, nice, nice. You know, it occurs to me that the whole nation have detailed birth records on par with modern countries despite being past medieval tech. Yeah, kind of. Kind of. Kind of. Either that or they just take a guess at who the firstborn male was, you know? It's kind of a hard thing to prove. I feel like in a case of succession, it'd be a difficult thing to prove. So, you know, I feel like they may just guess. All right. Valkis, Athena, got it. Golem, NG. Oh no, do we need to repair our golems, man? What are you doing? Everybody get over here. We got to repair our golems. I feel like maybe we're just not getting a chance. Ravo is dead. That sucks. Why is Ravo dead? Okay, well, Ravo died. Not quite sure how that happened. We're being attacked, but it's by Triangle Bandit. Who cares? Very weird. Very weird. All right, well, Ravo died. Not sure how that happened. It's fine. It's not a huge loss. We'll make do. We'll be fine. We will make do. We still have Hammett and Oville, so everything's fine. I think Rayville was our plate beater, but we had plenty of plate beaters. It is unfortunate how that happened, though. I don't know. I don't quite know how he died. Ravo was actually one of the dwarves from Garzumi Keep. He'd survived the exodus, the fall of Garzumi Keep. So I'm not really sure how that happened. Rest and piss, my friend. My God. It wouldn't be war without some kind of casualty, though, I suppose. We're gonna have Grunt get over here and just start cleaning house too. Grunt is not on hold. Grunt is on cleanup duty. Bone Dog's just playing with limbs. What is he doing? Playing with limbs. Stop playing with limbs. Fuck out of here, dude. What are you doing? I don't mind if they play with limbs, but like... Oy vey. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Fine. It's fine. I'm not going to crash out about it. It's fine. Zagan needs to be repaired too. I think Vishu has to be the one to do it because his robotic skill is ludicrous. Almost there. Can cannibals be recruited? I never tried. With the recruitable prisoners mod, I think so. Possibly. 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 I don't see why not. We did take a couple of losses, but that's okay. Couple of losses, but that's okay. Nothing that can't be fixed. Nothing that can't be nothing that can't be repaired. We're gonna go rescue our boys too. Couple minutes here. All right. All right. Vishu's healing up nicely. Valkis, Grudgebear, got it. Yeah. Yeah, we're looking good. Things are looking good. Vigo is currently fighting a High Paladin. That's unacceptable. We're going to send Grunt after him. We can't have them healing up their guys, so we gotta get back over here and beat their ass again. Beat their ass again. Can't have them healing up. Cannot have them healing up. Round 2, Holy Nation Patrol came in, it looks like. Halftime show's over, everybody. Holy Nation Patrol showed up. Gotta put them down. Gotta put them down like the dogs they are. Alright, I think it's time. I think we move in now. Where's Seda at? I want to make sure I get that, I think he's sleeping. Where is Seda at? Did he come out here and we kicked his ass without realizing it? Is that a thing that happened? I think that may have happened. I think we may have beaten Seda's ass without realizing it. Is he on the roof? And naturally they put Beep up on the roof. Nope, Seda's up here. Okay. Seda's up here watching the carnage unfold in his city as we massacre everybody, wondering what he has done to deserve this. Why has Okran forsaken him? Little does he know, Okran forsook him because he's a baby back bitch. But you know, he's learning that lesson now. He's learning that lesson now. It's a hard lesson, and he's learning it. All right, we're gonna take you. We're gonna take you and you. You and not you actually. You, not you. 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 All right. He's up there, you know, screaming to the world, "Why? Why has this happened to me? Have I not? Have you forsaken me?" And the answer is that yes, yes, he has. Final battle has begun. And then we will gather up our wounded. We will gather up some people that we're going to turn into nuggets, and we will march our happy asses back to not into nuggets, wrong playthrough. That we are going to turn into dwarves. Then we will march our happy asses back to Karak Vashu, and we will await the retribution that will be coming our way as a result of this. Okay, so there's that. That's happening. We're going to have you, and I need Athena over here as well. Working on the big guy here. All right. Damn, Vishu. All right, Vishu's backing off for a second. Getting mauled by the Great White Gorilla and 3 fucking golems is honestly probably the worst nightmare of anyone. Oh no, you get down and you stay down. Come on, stay down, you bastard. He's really just refusing to go. You gotta admire his tenacity. He's refusing to go down. You do gotta admire that. Doesn't matter, but you do gotta admire it. His persistence is admirable. His persistence is admirable. Alright, hop on in here. We're gonna free our guys firstly. Ronk. And then because Ronk is our emissary for the Shet Kingdom, I'm actually going to bestow upon him honorarily the weapons of High Inquisitor Seda. So Ronk is now using the weapons of High Inquisitor Seda. You should actually equip those weapons. That'd be fucking awesome. Why are you using martial arts, you buffoon? There we go. There we go. Okay. Stop using martial arts. What are you doing? Why are you using martial arts? I don't understand. Why are you using martial arts? Why are you doing this? Why you do this? Why are you doing this? He's handicapping himself and it's stupid and there's no reason for it. I have no idea why he's doing this. I came over here and I bestowed this gift upon you and this is how you fucking repay me? By acting like a fool? By embarrassing me in front of my robots? Alright, now we're on full recovery mode. Everybody off that. We're in full recovery mode. I think I'm going to start forcibly recruiting some of these Inquisitors here. Kidnap. That's what it is. He refuses to dirty his hands. Alright, I'm going to start recruiting some of these Inquisitors here, though. I think that's the best option. My Inquisitor Seda. I don't actually think I can recruit Seda. Go find some other people that we can pick up. Some of the other Inquisitors. Know they're around. Recovery coma. We're going to kidnap you. Throw these bitches in cages. We're going to forcibly recruit them. It'll be a good time. They are going to take a bit of RNG, though, because, what is it, the higher ranking paladins are, it's purely RNG. You can pick the right thing every time, and it'll still be pure RNG. Alright, who was it that lost their weapon earlier? I think it was Anders, yeah. Anders, come get this. Come collect that item, that's yours now. Alright, any other Inquisitors over here that we're going to recruit? Wow, some of these golems did get messed up, but all in all, I feel good about it. Feel good about how this went. We killed so many, and again, so many of them are they're not recovering, they're dead. Which I find very, very good, because oftentimes when you siege a city like this, or you attack a city like this, you'll knock a lot of them out, but they'll be healing them almost as quick as they're taking them down. So like, it's never quite as clear cut as you know, you just beat them and then they drop. A lot of times, like, they'll get up and they'll heal, and it's just like, oh, most of them end up in recovery comas, I guess is my point. And this is not one of those situations. In this particular instance, many of them are just flat dead. Really cool. Really good. It's really good. All right. Who else do we got out here? It looks like a lot of the Inquisitors are have despawned, because I do have a max corpse limit. If there's any ones in here that maybe I missed, we can grab. And then if not, you know, then I'm just gonna start grabbing the grabbing some of the normal paladins too. Let's get you out of there, bud. Get you out of there. Start grabbing some of the high paladins too. Just start throwing them in there. Low paladins, high paladins. Yeah, I don't care. I'll grab everybody. Throw them all in cages. Let God sort them out. Talk to. Alright, talk peacefully. And then I think it's 2. No, I think it's actually, shit, I think it's literally RNG based, but, and with the Inquisitors, it's even harder because, like, the RNG is so bad. So aggressively tough with them. But we will do it. We're going to recruit them, we're going to put them in our army, and we're going to use them to, further the cause. Further the cause. It's all about furthering the cause. We also need to free Beep. Escape. Beep, I need you to go get your foreign greatsword. Where is that? There it is. Beep, you're on greatsword duty. Go pick up your weapon. Nice, and we're back. Beep is back. I like how there's just armored guerrillas patrolling the streets now. Like, they're just wandering the streets now. Just absolute massacre. We turn this place into a fucking... Oh, it's great. It's beautiful. Beautiful. King Bashu, 12,000 for the Holy Nation. That's good. 9,000, 4,000. I think it's fitting that the king has the highest bounty, by far. Highest bounty by far. Yeah. I'm having a vision where you defeat the Southern Hive, but Beep is the only survivor, and he becomes King Beep. Yeah, and then we use King Beep to start our next playthrough, because my next playthrough, I plan on doing a Hive playthrough. I'm going to do a free Hive playthrough. Hungry Bandits, Sentinels, High Paladins. We do like High Paladins. Well, if that High Paladin decides to come back in here, we'll happily pick them up as well and turn them into dwarves. They're all gonna become dwarves. We're also gonna loot their food stores too. We're not just gonna make this about recruitment. It's also about looting. We're here for many reasons. Many reasons. We are here for many reasons. Oh, we got another Inquisitor. We got another Inquisitor. Let this fight play out, see how this goes. Oh, damn. Nope, shit, nope. Kenshi and Zagan decided that is not gonna happen. We're gonna not let this play out. Kenshi and Zagan said nah. Cool. Cool. Alright, we'll give him first aid because we're nice people like that. And then we're gonna kidnap his ass and we're gonna throw him in a cage because that's what we do. Because that's what we do. And while we're waiting for him to wake up, we're going to go and we're going to check some of these food cube. Love a good food cube. All right, how we doing? Can I talk to you again? Yeah. I think it's 2 and then 111. Yeah. On hold. I'm gonna bring it here and put you on hold. Yeah. Red is still knocked out, but oh no, Red's up. Okay. Yeah, we're making really good progress here. I will recruit these guys, and then we will make them join our army. I'm not leaving without them. That's not happening. That's a hard pass. I'm not leaving without them. I'm pretty sure Inquisitor Seda despawned, which is fine. I had no intention of collecting the bounty on him right now anyway. I don't need the money. It would have helped with relations with the Shek, but ultimately it's going to be a moot point later on anyway because I'm going to bring them the Phoenix's head. So that's irrelevant anyway. Plus, if I don't have Seda as a prisoner or anything like that, well, I guess technically if I brought him to the Shek, they would have attacked him and they would have attacked the Shek for retribution, not me. But they're probably just going to attack me now because I did it. But you know, all right. Kenji, I think I jogged and hit him too hard. Yeah, exactly. Okay, why so much hate? And then it's just one straight through. Nope. Again, it's all RNG, and unfortunately, these Inquisitors are really fucking pig-headed. It's such a low chance. I think it's like a 5 or 10% chance, but it will be worth it. It will be worth it. Oh no, Seda's right there. He's right there, and he lost a leg, so now he couldn't even help the Holy Nation if we tried. Now he couldn't even stick with the Holy Nation if he tried. Hilarious. Hilarious. Who do we have that can run really fucking fast? Do we send Athena? All right, here's the thing. What do we do, Chet? Do we send Athena to the Shet Kingdom to deliver Seda as a gift, as a present? Do we deliver Seda as a present, or do we just say fuck it and leave him, or take him ourselves? He's not wanted by the Phoenix anymore. I took his leg. He lost his leg. He's not wanted anymore. So that's hilarious. But the question is, what do we do with him in the long run? I am gonna have Athena pick him up. Yeah, now we got to decide what we're gonna do with him. Now we've got to decide. Might as well bounty him, get check allies, free guards for your base. I agree. I think you're right. I think you're right. All right, so then I'm gonna have Athena here run down to Squin. Excuse me. I'm gonna have her haul ass down to Squin. Yeah, I think we're gonna take him, haul him down to Squin, use him as a way to, negotiate with the Shet Kingdom as a bargaining tool. Hey, listen, we got this. We got Seda for you. We got Seda for you. And then once we do that, we'll be in good. We'll begin to start to recruit, get some allies. It'll be good. It'll be good. And while we're waiting to do that, I'm gonna keep trying to recruit these guys. Nope. Big-headed, man. Big-headed. Although it does look like a lot of these guys out here are not getting up again. I know that a lot of them were dead. Some of them are in recovery comas, but it looks like the number of times that I've seen my guys have to re-engage the enemy is starting to go down. Some of them have been healed and are in recovery comas, but it looks like the vast majority of them are just dead. They're just flat dead. I think we wiped out this town pretty wholeheartedly. Pretty wholeheartedly. And it looks like all of our guys, for the most part, are alive and well. They're doing well. So we're gonna have as many of them as we can congregate over here, and then I can see what's left. Yeah, we're looking good. Some of the businesses probably still need to be gone through, but heading down there. All right, Vashu, you got to keep trying on these guys. You got to keep trying on them. We will convert them. Once you've got an ally, they send troops to defend your base. Yeah, it will be helpful. If you want more recruits to deliver to your door, he has to be free for Wrath of God to fire. Yeah, and if I put the Wrath of God in Squin, he'll send it to Squin instead of my base. The one concern I do have, I think we could take Wrath of God. I'm not actually concerned about that. I do think we could take the Wrath of God. Yep. All right. There we go. Okay, that was weird. I do think we could take the Wrath of God, but I also need to be careful with it because I don't want to end up having an issue where we pick a fight with an enemy that we can't take. So with that in mind, all right, please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. It might. Switching over to Athena might. Squin is an area that tends to have a bit of a harder time loading, just because of the way the city looks, the way that it's structured. So we'll see. Good thing I saved recently. All right, we're loading. It won't fire if you hand him over unless you have a mod that lets Valtina lead it. It will fire because of, I think it's because of some of the mods that I have on. It will fire. It'll just fire at the location that he's at. So if I give them to Squin, they will send the Wrath of God to Squin to save him. And then it's they'll send the entire Wrath of God to Squin to save him. They'll try and break him out of prison. So Athena comes to deliver all my gear. Yep. You're goddamn right I can pass. I'm bringing to you one of your greatest enemies on a silver platter. Silver fucking platter. Let's do this. Hand him over. That's right, the big man himself. All right. Well, one of the big men himself. Perfect. That's 40,000 cats. We're sitting at 70,000 cats. I'd say that's pretty cool. And now we're going to have Athena Sprinter happy ass back up here. And we're going to try again to... Is that another Inquisitor? Oh my god, they're back. He's back up. All right. Yeah, Vishu, go kick his ass. He's got no what? Well, all right, never mind. That was anticlimactic. It worked. All right, we got to think of a name for this man. We got to think of a name for this man. We're about to turn him into a dwarf. We got to think of a name for him. Nice high stats. Very stoked. Very stoked. Any ideas for names? Any ideas for names? We also got to give him a nice long beard. Beard befitting. There we go. Good. It's good. All right. We got to think of Minquisitor. The Minquisitor. Grimly. I like Grimly. I think we're going to run with Grimly for this one. Grimly. I'm for it. All right. So we got Grimly. Grimly, you can escape now. You are free to leave now. Kidnap you. What are your injuries? How long are you unconscious for? A little bit of time. We're going to put you back here. All right, so we got Grimly, Shorticus, Stunty, and Thorak. And Minquisitor. These are all good names. These are all good names. These are all solid names. Hell yeah. Trade with you. I'm going to give you this heavy crossback for right now, so I don't have to carry it in my inventory. I'm going to try and talk to the next one that lets me, and then once I'm done with that, I'm going to go loot for a bit. Go loot some stuff. Loot some stuff and things and stuff. Wooden barrel, what do we got in here? Just like a food cube? I doubt they're going to have too much good stuff, but I do want to loot what we can. Take what we can. Holy banners? No, don't need that. They had a throne blueprint. I'd take that. Dang, no. Nope. Pick that lock. We'll have you work on that. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. You guys just do not want to talk to me, do you? Seems like a foolish move not talking to me. I'm over here willing to work with you guys. Willing to work with you, and you guys just don't want to chat. Seems like a foolish move, if you ask me. Very foolish. Whoa, Athena, what are you doing? Trying to take the stupid way here. Got cornered by something. Probably bone dogs. Based on how much damage she took, I'm going to assume bone dogs. Alright, there we go. Hello, Pato. You missed it. We just turned the entire town of Stack into a fucking bloodbath, man. If you rewind it like an hour, you can see the whole fight play out. Absolute bloodbath. We came in here full force. Dwarves, golems, fucking... what was it? We had dwarves, we had golems, we had gorillas, bone dogs, the whole nine, and we turned the entirety of this place into an absolute bloodbath. We killed everyone, pretty much killed everyone, and now we're forcibly turning the Inquisitors into dwarves. Now we are forcibly turning the Inquisitors into dwarves. As one should. I've said it once, I've said it many times on your streams, Pato. Find them, conquer them, replace their limbs with cybernetics, force them to fight their women. Alright, talk to you. all RNG. It's gonna take a little while. This is the boring part. So while we're waiting, I'm gonna have my guys go around and start looting. This is when we start the looting process. Barracks, I doubt they're gonna have anything in here, but we'll check. Anything we want anyway. We're not really interested in that crap. We're here for loot, for the loot. What do you want on food? We actually did not go through nearly as much food as I expected to on this trip. I expected worse. I expected to drop like most of our food. Pick that lock. Regardless, though, I am going to send Zagan to this bakery. We're going to smash the bakery door. Smash the bakery door. Smash it good. And we're going to go in and we're going to loot the bakery. I demand pie. Well, it's not pie, but it's food. We're gonna bring all this food back to the dwarves. In a way, we've kind of taken on the Shek way of doing things. We're just looting now. Are we the baddies? Are we the baddies? When the Holy Nation attacks my base, if any lose limbs, I give them hiver limbs and let them go back in disgrace. That's literally hilarious. I tell Pato all the time that he needs to kidnap the Inquisitors, both of the Inquisitors. The High Inquisitors, I mean, and drop them in front of the Phoenix and force the Phoenix to fight his own right and left hands. I'm not, dude. I'm stealing all this shit. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? You ain't gonna do shit. Jomli, chop his head off. Use your axe. Chop his fucking head off. Boom. You see that? Side chop. He just you see that shit? Side chopped him. Right in the chest. Put the fucking axe right in his chest. Didn't stand a fucking chance. Didn't stand a chance. You got John Grudgebearer over here just staring at him with his old man face. Like, what the fuck did you just do? Side chopped him. Beautiful. That was beautiful. Alright, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to pop up in here. Also going to pop back over to you. Has Athena gotten back here yet? No, she's coming, though. She's coming. Alright, we're going to try and talk to you guys again. Any of you guys want to talk to us? Come on. Come in. Yeah, there we go. Oh. Still want to be a little bitch. Do this all day. Keep doing. Recovery coma, not bad. The good news, too, is a lot of our guys are actually up and moving, which means we can walk back to the base without risk, without fear. We'll be able to get back to the base. And we can carry, anything that we need to. Carry some people if we need to. I only want to recruit the Inquisitors because they have ridiculously high stats. That's the whole reason I'm being a pain in the ass about this. Because I need to recruit as many strong units as I can. It's the same reason that when we were at Catan and we had the siege of Catan there, it wasn't even a siege. When we were defending ourselves in Catan, I recruited the hooded samurai, the hooded noble guards, because they just have really good stats. And we need numbers. We need numbers. I'm shocked at the sheer number of Holy Nation folk that did not spawn as Juggernauts. Like, there's a 10% chance of them spawning as Juggernauts, and I didn't see like practically any, which is I find that wild, to be honest with you. I find that quite wild. Hell to the yeah, we're eating good tonight, everybody. We are eating good tonight. Sheen, get in here, buddy. Get in here. Yeah, we never have to worry about food again. Anders, drop the wheat straw. No one gives a fuck about the wheat straw. Drop the wheat straw. We're eating good, and we never have to worry about food ever again. Ever again. Wild. Wild stuff. The Canyonlands Killer. Attractive, dark-skinned, bulky frame, long hair. Interesting. 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 Oh yeah, dude, we just got so much food. We ain't gonna have to worry about food for quite the while. Quite the while. Is Athena back yet? Yeah, she back. She back. Talk to you. Let's try this again. Come on. Come on, you fucking prick. I know that's RNG based, but my lord, man. You guys are annoying. I know that you guys are deep in your fervent religious beliefs, but if you could kindly put them down for just a moment, that would be great. Is he bleeding out? No, he's good. He's good. He's just being a bitch. Just being a bitch. Wah! You killed my friends. Wah! You butchered our city and chopped off our leader's leg. Wah! All they do is whine. All they do is whine. Nothing but fucking whining. Yeah, this part's gonna take fucking ever. Zubin, what are you doing? But on the upside, like I said, we don't have to worry about food like ever again. We've got so many ration packs. Oof! And between that and all the bread that we have back at the base, we're gonna get back there and build a a proper food barrel, and we're set, man. We're set. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be real good. We're living it. We're living it now, baby. We're living it now. No one will ever go hungry. Not in my immortal empire. Homies will never starve in my immortal empire. No, they will not. This part's boring though. Just waiting for the forced recruitment. This part's the boring part. This is the part that I don't enjoy. Fucking God. We got the first one in decent speed, and now the rest of them are going to be such a pain in the ass. Nice to see a streamer do base building. I watch Frankie a lot, and he never seems to build bases. Yeah, Frankie does. He's more about challenge runs and about like the logistical side of things. Really chill dude. Really, really smart. Solid Kenshi. I'm probably, honestly, I would say he's probably amongst the best Kenshi players in terms of like functional. But the more creative aspects of things, he'll freely tell you that he is. It's just not his forte. It's not the thing that he does. Unironically, he tends to when anybody ever asks him about like the lore or anything like that, he usually just ends up directing them over to me. Making gains. We're making gains. Oh shit! Now it's 2v1. That's unacceptable. Now it's 3v1, you bastard. That's what you get. Or shit with me. That's what you get. Tip to turbo your cooking. Set some barrels for food ingredients next to the stove and assign a peon to just haul to those barrels. Your cooks won't waste time fetching and focus on the stove. That is actually really smart. I don't think I've ever thought of doing that. That's really clever. That's really clever. That guy. We've already got three Inquisitors to deal with, and they're already being pains in the asses. I'm really pissed at Ronk over here still. I gave him such a great weapon, and he just chooses not. He was choosing not to use it for the longest time. Is he using it now? He better be. Rat bastard. He better be. Oh man, oh man. Doomley, Ronk. Let's see if Ronk is actually going to use his weapon. Actually going to use the weapon that I gave. Require him to actually fight somebody. Seems irrelevant. Yeah, everyone in this town's going to. Talk to. Isotate. God damn, dude. They're really making me work for it. They're really making me work for it. It's actually really frustrating. I wish this would go faster, but they're really making me work for it. I see in RimWorld a lot of people leave food on the floor instead of putting it on shelves, and wonder why everyone keeps getting food poisoning. Yeah, that would do it. You can't. You shouldn't eat food off the floor. You can't eat a turkey sandwich off the floor. That's bad up. Peppered floor turkey. No one should be eating that. No one should be eating that shit. Peppered floor turkey's not good for anybody. I don't think we're gonna. I mean, we're gonna have to carry some of our guys back for sure, but I think by and large we should be able to get back to the base in a quick amount of time too. Once we finish up here. Oh my god, you pieces of shit! That's what you guys are. You're pieces of shit. Yeah, we should be able to get back to the base in a reasonable amount of time. Yo, I feel like this is treason. I feel like you're not supposed to sit up on this throne. I feel like that's treason. I don't think you're allowed to do that. I don't think you're allowed to do that. I don't think that, according to the Holy Nation, I don't think you're allowed to do that. Which is precisely why, while we're waiting, King Vishu is going to do that. Behold, the true king. Behold. Hell yeah, throne looks good on him. I can't wait to make my own. Throne looks good on him. Oh boy. It does, the Recruit Anyone mod does supplement the Prisoners mod, but I specifically do it this way because it makes it a little less cheesy, a little bit less annoying. Not annoying. Oh shit. Nope, we gotta move. We gotta move. Retribution of Gods moving towards Carrick Vashu. Where are they coming from? Probably coming from Blister Hill, if I had to guess, but... Ooh, boy. Alright, well, Shit. Alright, I guess we're kidnapping you. Everyone pick up... anyone who's got damaged legs needs to get picked up. We're gonna pick up our injured, pick up our wounded. Anyone who's got damaged legs is gonna have to get picked up. I think for the most part we're okay. A couple people have fucked up legs, but it's mostly the animals. So we're gonna pick you up. You're gonna have to get picked up. You're gonna have to get picked up. Got it. Go pick him up. Grudge Bear, he's a little messed up. We gotta get back to the base. Gotta get back to the base. Gotta go. Pick you up. All right, everybody needs to consolidate. Beep. Pick up this bone dog. Everybody head outside. And Grunt is stuck up on the wall. Yeah, everybody get outside. On hold, outside. Go. We gotta see who's slow, who's not moving. Tiny's in here. Joomli is stuck. Jesus. Alright, go pick up you. You. Pick up you. Although I think that... Yeah, okay, so no, Retribution of God is headed towards Squint. See, this is what happens. They brought it to Squint. They didn't even... They didn't even actually attack me. I'm over here freaking out, and then I remember that they brought it to Squint. Okay, never mind. We're still picking people up, but we do have another free moment. Because they attacked Squint, not here. The Shek have moved in, though. The Shek have moved in. Here they are. Hell yeah. World state has officially changed. The Shek are coming in. Shek spawns have started. Look at them. Yeah. Hell yeah. Good for us. Paladin broke out. That's annoying. It's fine. It's fine. We'll take what we got. We got 2 Paladins. I think that's good. I think that's fine. If they want to pick a fight out here, we can certainly do that, and you know, see how that fucking goes for them. You want to pick a fight? We'll see how it goes for you, but I wouldn't recommend it. Wouldn't recommend it. Tiny, who's carrying Tiny? Bigley, you can put him down, and then Bigley, you can go get this bone dog instead. Yeah, so the Retribution of God is happening on Squin. 10-1, they're not going to be able to take it. I think Squin will be able to defend itself quite fine. And if they don't, I mean, we'll see what happens. But I think they'll be fine. They're not going to put Seda back on the throne for certain, so I'm not too concerned about it. All right, so we'll stay here for a second. We're going to heal up. Fishu, do your thing. We got to repair some of our goons. Repair some of our guys. Robotics, yeah. Yeah. This place is fucked, though. They're super fucked. Those Shek warriors running? Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah. You're carrying this golem here. Alright, Grimly, you can put him down, and we're actually going to send you back into the town here. Because I'm going to have you pick up... Oh, Krull's Chosen are out here now, too. That's funny. I'll have you beat his ass. Kidnap you. And now we're going to head back out. We're not here for a fight. We were just there to kidnap 1 or 2 more people. That's all. That's all. Hell yeah. I'd consider that a victory. I mean, we got Seda. We got some good training. We beat up our foes. And then to top all of it off, we raided so much food, it's not even funny. I mean, we're set, like, forever. We're set for a good long time. Good long time. So... all in all, successful raid. Successful raid, I would say. I'm happy with it. And we are bringing 2 prisoners back with us that we will forcibly convert. You know, we weren't able to do it at the place, but you know, we'll get back and we'll do it there. So, not bad. And no, nobody's starving at home because I left everyone who makes food back at the base. So if anything, we're actually stockpiled because no one's been eating it. Yeah, if anything, we're actually stockpiled up pretty well on food. So now we have the arduous journey back to the base, and we're good to go. But yeah, nobody's starving at home. All set. All set. Berserkers are starting to spawn here. Hell yeah. We're seeing there are changes. There have been changes. Was that High Paladin? Oh, we got a High Paladin over here. All right, so then what we're going to do is we're going to send Got it over here to fight him. And Athena. Positively bust your ass. Oh, he's actually putting up a good fight. Grunt, come do your thing. Alright. And then we're going to see, is there anyone that is free to carry another dude? Anders is. They made a choice just now. They wanted to join us. That's all that was. It was a cry for help. It was a cry for help. It was a desperate plea for attention. And they did it. They got my attention. So now they're going to come with us. Attention received, guys. Attention received. I heard you loud and clear. I did. I heard you loud and clear. After the long journey home. Because we're moving at a snail's pace. I have to fight starving bandits and all their manner of bullshit. Long fucking trek home at this pace that we're moving. We're moving so slow it's not even registering athletics, I feel like. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's mostly the Gorillos' fault that we're moving so slow, but it's to be expected. We did just massacre a town, a pretty large town too. It's definitely Blister Hill is going to be a whole different beast. That one's going to be a whole different problem, but yeah, yeah. Now we march. We march. The slow trek home. This is a 3 times speed too. When I say slow trek, I mean slow trek. It's mostly the Gorillos' fault that we're moving so slow. Their legs are fucked. The Gorillos and the dogs, their legs are completely fucked. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? But what an exciting portion of the stream. Triangle Bandit, of course it is. Have the golems rush up and deal with these guys. And then they all died. Brimley's already putting in the work. Let me tell you, already putting that work in. God, this is the worst part about like traveling back to base after this shit. I probably should have brought some beds with me so I could yeah, well, no, because it wouldn't have mattered because most of the beds that I would have brought would have like the most of the issue we're having is with our dogs and gorillas, so it wouldn't have really mattered. The main issue that we're having right now is that we're carrying people, but we don't have enough to carry all of the animals that had bad leg. What's our reputation with the Shet Kingdom now? What's that? Shet Kingdom's looking pretty good. We're looking pretty good. It looks like there is a bit of a fight going on back at the base. Do we dare? Oh, it's just a Fogman. It's a single Fogman. Wing Wang's got it. Our man Wing Wang's got it. And it looks like the gate is just getting perpetually battered with Fogmen, but it doesn't look like it matters much. It's just one Fogman that looks like it clipped through. Not terrible. Not terrible. I just want to get back to base, and then I think I'm gonna call the stream there. Yeah. Back to base, call the stream then. But I want to get back. Them's the goals. Here's what we'll do. We'll actually we're gonna have the guys that can move. We're gonna have them head back to base first. Get back there, and then we'll go from there. I'll just have everyone move at the speed that they're moving at. I'm not worried about the gorillas dying or anything. They'll be fine. So we're just gonna have everyone move at the speed they can move. Yay! Just a giant trail of folks. It's like the old days when I used to have my my dwarves. The rule of thumb was that if I recruited you to be a dwarf, you had to get back to the base. That was the rule. When we were based in the Fishman Isles, the rule was that you had to, if you could make it back to the base, you were worthy of being a dwarf. A simpler time. It was a simpler time. All right, I think for the most part we're moving pretty well. You guys are moving a bit slow, but that's okay. I think you guys will be fine. They got good stats too, so. Yeah, I've tried that method a few times and had everyone die. It's kind of part of it. Kind of part of it. I need to protect. Got it there. Grimly, I mean, because he's my turrets are probably gonna try to shoot at him. All right, we're gonna put you in. Valkus, I'm pretty sure you're carrying somebody that we're using, right? Question mark. No, you're carrying red. Put red down. Put down Tiny. You're fine. Zubin. Put down Zubin. Emily, put you down. I know Anders is carrying somebody, I believe. Anders is carrying somebody. Hell yeah. Bigley. Bigley's carrying somebody too. He carrying one of ours though? He is. He's carrying a bone dog. You down. Margaret is carrying somebody. I know that much. Grimly is also carrying somebody, so we'll throw them in. Do we have anybody else that was carrying somebody? I don't think so. I think these were the recruits that we got. Talk to Tate. Fuck you, man. Making a mistake. Making a big mistake. Loot these guys real fast. Have a good night, mortal. Have a good night. Everybody can go back to doing their jobs now. And Grimly, you don't have a job, so you know, enjoy unemployment, I guess. You guys are shooting them. We do have a couple of our armored gorillas, our armored bone dogs need to head back over this way. Armored gorillas are on the way back. Yeah, and I need to make a food container for all of those, all of that food. Because we stole so much food. Not even including all of the bread. Suppose I could have someone go get those gorillas, but we're not. Okay, I think I'm going to do something that I don't usually do just for the sake of speeding things up. What I'm going to do is, I'm getting pretty pooped. Stream's starting to fall off. Commentary's falling off for me too. I'm just getting really tired. It is a boring process sitting here recruiting these guys. I think for the first time I'm going to do something off camera, which is I'm just going to get through the boring process of recruiting these morons. And I will, go from there. So I think that's what I'm going to do with that. I think it's the first time I've ever done anything off camera, but I think it's the right move to do. So with all that being said, I am going to save it. And I think that's it, guys. Tomorrow I'm going to be streaming Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate indeed. Good old Baldur's Gate. Episode 2 of my Drunken Orc playthrough. So that's that. This has been fun, everybody. I do appreciate you guys coming in, as always. Your constant support and tuning in to listen to me prattle on about lore and dwarves and all that other nonsense is always appreciated. So as always, use your powers for good instead of evil. Make a difference in someone's life. And I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow for Baldur's Gate 3.